Hello, gamers. Hello. Happy Friday. Friday, I know the day. Hello. Hello, true finale. Yes, indeed. It is the finale stream of 428 Shibuya Scramble. Let me go over to game screen. I forgot to tell OBS to capture the correct game. Oopsie daisy. Hold on. 428. Yeah. Yay! Okay, there's Kano. There he is. Cool, neat, awesome. And let me tab into the game as well. Alright, Finale Friday. Yes, indeed. We are back with some more 428 Shibuya Scramble. I don't think I've ever seen Jack in the title screen. I assume he's also doing the same thing as Tatsuno, which is when you click on him, he'll hold up a gun. Yeah, basically. Basically. Okay, cool. I'm gonna get a keep out here anyway, because I have not done what I need to do. So, anyway, basically, hi, hello. The text came in, the internet text came in, and they traded out some parts and they fixed some issues. I have not streamed since that happened, but I assume that things will be better today, and that is my hope. If the stream goes down for 30 seconds or whatever, it's fine, but, I'm finishing the game today. I am finishing the game today, and if the internet does not allow me to do that, I am going to yell, because I did a bunch of internet tests, and everything was fine for the, entire week so far. Anyway, I also wanted to clarify that for this game, I am enjoying it. I know I say, oh, I'm getting through this game no matter what, and I didn't want to make it seem like, oh, I'm not enjoying the game or something like that. I am enjoying it. It's rather just that the finale is here. So I kind of want to be done with it when it's at the height of its storytelling, if that makes sense. That's just me personally, and it's nothing to do with the game, but more so just everything to do with me and how I like to consume stories. Internet, please. I know, pray to internet gods, please. I beg of you. That said, though, I talked about this a little bit in another stream, but Shibuya Scramble has been the game that I've been streaming the longest out of any game. I've been streaming it for 4 months now. So in that sense, it's had the most internet issues because it's just had more time for the internet to go down, if that makes sense, over the course of 4 months. So in some ways, it feels like the game is cursed. It isn't actually, but it feels like it. And in that way, I am kind of rushing the game because it's I do kind of want to be done with it in that sense. But mostly it's just that the finale is here and that we're at the peak of the story, and I kind of want to see what happens. So that's the reason that we're having what may be a 5-hour finale stream. I don't know. I don't know what's gonna happen. With all that said, I think we're all set to play the game. I don't know where we were at last time. We can continue with either Achi or Kano. Let me go with Achi. There's a jump here to Kano. You can jump either or. Last time, what happened last time? I don't remember. The internet went down, right? The internet went down, so we didn't have a complete stream, I think. However, we learned that Alphard is the teacher. I should have known. I should have known. I should have stuck to my guns, to be honest. And I think that's about it. Also, did we complete Minorikawa's story last time, or was that the other stream? I don't remember. Oh, wait. We unlocked Tatsuno and Jack Stanley as a protagonist, which is very interesting. Very interesting. That's so... I don't even know what to feel about that. That's so interesting to have that happen at the very end. But we'll see where those stories go, so... I told you I wasn't going to be late today, and you were not, but I was. I was 20 minutes late to my own stream. So, hello, Black Blue. Hello. I hope you have been well. Alphard, surprise roots are what I remember. Yeah. It was it's basically we didn't know who this was for the longest time, and eventually we figured it out. So, with all that said, I think we're all set to go into the game. Right. Okay, so I chose this. I can't let anything happen to her. Why hasn't it happened yet? Why hasn't Kano given the signal? Freeze! Suddenly, Kano rushed forward, his gun drawn. Ignoring the pain in his leg, Achi dashed for Hitomi as fast as he could. He cut in between Kano and Alphard, quickly pulling Hitomi out of danger. Hitomi! Kano shouted. Call Kanon again. Oh, right, Kanon is not picking up her phone. That's bad. That's bad. Shielded by Achi now, she brought up her cell phone and dialed the number. But some time passed and there was no answer. Had there been some kind of trouble on Kanon's end? Looking increasingly worried, Hitomi tried calling several more times. There he is. Maha, it's me. Hello. Then Alphard withdrew some strange vials from the attaché case he'd brought. Kano's face wavered with alarm. This had to be the terrorist trump card, then. Right, and we assume that these vials have Ooh, a virus. I was legit about to call it Radical 6. I was like, Radical 6, yes, indeed. No, the UA virus that was extracted from Maria when she was unconscious earlier. So he's like, you can shoot me, but this will fall on the floor and break, and then everybody will be infected. Kano and Alphard were having some sort of debate. Achi couldn't hear the specifics, but tensions were clearly running high. Kano hesitantly lowered his gun. Alphard flashed a haughty, confident grin. Looks like it's time for our trump card. Susumu! Achi shouted at the top of his lungs. At his signal, the gang emerged in the crowd en masse to hem Alphard in. Surrounded. Now the terrorist was visibly at a loss. You certainly don't look like police. You're right about that, Achi said. I mean, just take a look. I gathered up a bunch of people who love Shibuya more than their own lives in order to take your ass down. As he spoke, he made sure to keep Hitomi shielded behind him. The pain in his leg was getting worse and worse, but he tried his utmost not to let it show. Oh yeah, that's also gonna be an issue. That's also gonna be an issue. There's no escape, he declared. You lost. Lost? Me? Oh, look at me and my delightfully devilish smile. Well, it sure doesn't look like you're gonna get away. Alphard grimaced at Achi's words. I see. Then it appears our negotiations are at a close. Why did he seem so confident? Something definitely didn't feel right. This was just a bluff. He really doesn't care if he, survives. I mean, these are both the same option, essentially, but he really doesn't care if he survives. Oh no. He was going to unleash the virus, accepting that it would kill him too. Alphard met Achi's eyes, and seeing the haunted realization there, the terrorist flashed a wicked and triumphant grin. In that way, is Alphard like not one person in particular rather, but like maybe a whole network of people where it's like if one dies, the other can just carry on the legacy in that sort of way? Enough of your high and mighty act, Susumu shouted. He began to stomp toward Alphard, but he didn't reach him in time. No. Uh-oh. 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 Like L, but evil. Essentially, yeah, basically. Basically. We are Alphard. We all. The vials in Alphard's hand went sailing high into the air. Look out! Catch him! Catch him! Achi gestured for his comrades to fan out across the open space. The vials seemed to almost vanish against the backdrop of the evening sky. How many of them had this guy even thrown? There was no way to tell for sure. You know what would be a better way of doing it? Well, no, actually no. I was gonna be like, a better way of doing this would just be to infect himself then, and then just show up and be like, but you didn't realize that I'm already infected, and that I've been hugging a bunch of people here at Shibuya Scramble, and they're already infected as well. How would you know? Something like that. And if even one of them broke open, it would be a death sentence for Shibuya. They had to make sure they caught them all. Spinning around in the midst of the chaos, Achi saw Susumu catch one vial deftly. Many of the other gang members appeared to have done the same. There's one more! Over there! The desperate shout had come from Hitomi. Oh, that was me talking. Blah, blah, blah. Oopsie daisy. Never trust anyone who gives free hugs. True and real. True and real. She'd spotted a vial sailing in a high arc away from all the SOS members. Damn it! Achi launched into motion, ignoring the searing pain in his leg, but the falling vial was so far away. They were done for. He was sure of it. Kano! A pair of hands shot out and safely grabbed the falling vial. There he is! It was Kano. The tension drained from Achi's body. We did it. We didn't break a single one. Damn it! Kano cursed under his breath as he stared out into the throng. Alphard had disappeared. Oh, that's bad. They hadn't been able to capture him after all, which meant they'd lost their last chance to get the password for the lab. They hadn't just lost, they'd failed utterly. But we did everything we could have, right? We didn't make any wrong calls. We'll just have to leave everything to Kanan. Have to trust that she'll be able to save Maria. Achi stared up into the night sky, trying to reassure himself. This seems like a bad end to me. I don't know, seems like a bad end to me. Oh, oopsie daisy. Well, failed capture. Oh, there's no hints. It's just, you messed up. You messed up. Uh-oh. Well, I think it's time to hop to Kano then. Doing his best to conceal his horror, Kano tried to sound defiant. Oh, right. You can't let that loose here. And why is that? Because if you do, you'll be infected too. True. But so will all of the innocent bystanders around us. A thin smile crawled across Palmer's face. Did you come here to carry out a suicide attack, Mr. Alphard? Hardly. I have no desire to die here. All I want is to get a little of this girl's blood and then go quietly on my way. But that all depends on you, doesn't it? His face was overflowing with confidence. Kano couldn't shake the feeling that something was off here. Something about the man's demeanor hinted at something. Well then, what will it be? Palmer continued. Will you condemn the people of Shibuya to death? Cursing inwardly, Kano lowered his gun. Palmer flashed a triumphant grin, then resumed his stroll toward Hitomi. She stood frozen on the spot. Susumu! The shout had come from Achi. There's a lot of jumps here. It's like, In an instant, I assume what I have to do is play enough of one of these two stories because we have to jump back to these two and get the keep out to break. And that's going to be key in avoiding this bad end. In an instant, a dozen members of SOS headed toward Palmer from all sides. Tough luck, pal, Susumu said. Turns out we're not actually innocent bystanders. Now it was his turn to grin. You're completely surrounded. Give up and tell us the password now. And just for the record, we ain't scared of no virus. We kinda should be. Well, the tough-looking young men radiated bravado. Without hesitation, they closed in around the kidnapper. Surrounded? You clearly don't look like police. Palmer cast a bemused glance around himself. You're right about that, Achi said. I mean, just take a look. I gathered up a bunch of people who love Shibuya more than their own lives in order to take your ass down. He kept Hitomi shielded behind him while he spoke. There's no escape, he declared. You've lost. Lost? Me? Well, it doesn't look like you're gonna get away. Palmer grimaced at Achi's words. I see. Then it turns out negotiations are at a close. Enough with the high and mighty act. Susumu stomped aggressively toward Palmer. Hey! Kano snapped. Easy now! They couldn't risk a scuffle sending the virus crashing to the ground. What a shame. Palmer swung his right arm high up. Uh-oh. We're seeing it again. It's like, it's the same thing, but there has to be a jump point for someone. Everyone watched in dismay as his hand shot up. The vials he'd been holding sailed upward against the backdrop of the evening sky. Look out! Achi shouted. Catch him! Catch him! The hurtling vials scattered and began to fall. It seemed impossible that Kano's team would be able to keep them all from shattering against the ground. The SOS members fanned out, positioning themselves as best they could to intercept the falling vials. Kano likewise prepared to catch one that was heading straight towards him. As he did, he caught sight of Palmer speeding away. Kano made up his mind on the spot. There was only one right call here, and he needed to make it. Why is there safe? Uh-oh. He had to chase after Palmer? Well, we know how this ends. It's a bad end. Huh? He had to chase after Palmer. I don't know. He had to chase after Palmer. This seems like a bad end as well. It didn't matter if he didn't grab the vial. Something about the way this was playing out made Kano sure of it. Are we saying that the vial doesn't actually have the thing? That would be crazy. Calling upon all his rugby training, he broke out into a sprint. Deftly dodging through the crowd, Kano kept Palmer in sight. He would catch him. One way or another, he was going to bring this bastard down. Steadily, he gained on his quarry. At last, he drew within striking range and immediately dived into an expert tackle. He caught Palmer around the waist. Their bodies collided with violent force. Palmer went down flailing and hit the pavement hard. Even then, he tried to resist, but Kano straddled him and held him down. Tell me the password! Kano snarled. The kidnapper sneered triumphantly. You made the wrong choice. Wrong choice? The UA virus is out now. Now nobody can be saved. You've just killed everyone in the city. Yeah, well, I kind of figured. I don't know, is there a jump point? No, Kano shot back. Nobody's going to die. And what makes you so sure of that? The way you fled the scene just now. If the virus had really been in those vials, you could never have hoped to escape infection. Running off on foot would be pointless. Palmer said nothing, which means there was no virus in those vials. They were just a decoy in order to buy you some time to escape. Oh, okay. I see. Now Palmer gritted his teeth and glared up at Kano. The look on his face confirmed the detective's hunch. But more importantly, it was your eyes. You didn't have the eyes of a man who is putting his life on the line. And I would know because I saw it. I see. Everyone dies, End. Everyone dies. Fortunately not. Not at this time, not yet. Not quite. My eyes? Who do you think you are, Sherlock Holmes? I know full well the look in a man's eyes when he's willing to die. In the back of his mind, Kano replayed the moment when Tatano, doused in gasoline, had marched into that financial office to talk down a would-be arsonist. It's not yet. Yet. Now then, the password. Give it to me, now! Kano tightened his grip on Palmer's collar, but the man just gazed back at him with an icy glare. Let me have Hitomi Osawa's blood. That was our original deal. Kano wasn't surprised. He'd known it wouldn't be easy to get him to talk. Maybe it really would be impossible to strike a deal without Kanon. But if her getting But if getting her on the phone wasn't an option, Kano had to figure something else. Sweat beaded on his brow as he cast about for ideas. Then, he happened to catch sight of a car that had been overturned by an accident nearby. What? Oh, the theater troupe? Or what? Oh no, oh no! Gasoline had spilled from the vehicle, creating a broad, dark puddle on the pavement. Kano took out his handcuffs, then cuffed Palmer's arm to his own. Come with me. Jerking his captive back on his feet, Kano led him over to the car. Then, without hesitation, he sat down in the pool of gasoline. Are you gonna die? Ooh. Hold on. Oh! I think Sasayama gave him a lighter at some point. This would be insane. Kano, don't do this. This is insane. Yanking on the handcuffs, he pulled Palmer down beside him. Kano pulled out a lighter from his pocket. Palmer snorted. And just what's this supposed to be, Tell me the password. Or else what? You'll light the gas? You'll be burned to a crisp yourself. Yeah, probably. Kano heard the casual desperation in his own voice. What the hell are you thinking? The smile vanished from Palmer's face. Kano scowled down at him. I just want to know the password. I'm getting revenge for my partner. Even if I die, my friends are my power. My friends will avenge me. Man, I don't know what the right choice here is. Do I need to convince him necessarily? If I'm getting revenge for my partner, or even if I die, my friends will avenge me. I guess C. Even if I die, my friends will avenge me. Kano met Palmer's stare dead on. Palmer and Kano locked eyes, both refusing to back down. The scent of gasoline fumes filled the air around them. Kano knew that the slightest spark could set off a massive fireball. Okay. Kingdom Shibuya 428 Scramble of the time. Speaking of 428, we have still not learned 30 hours into the game, 40 hours into the game, or whatever, how many hours I have. We still have not learned what 428 actually is. Calmly, he flicked the lighter on. You can't be serious. Palmer's eyes fixed on the tiny flicker of the flame. The password. Is the password 428? You value your life so little. Give it time. I assume we're gonna get to the end. We're gonna get to the end of the game. Kano's gonna pick up a piece of paper and it's gonna read 428. He's gonna be like, "Wow, maybe the real 428 was the friends we made along the way." And he looks up at the sky and the credits roll. It's like, what the hell? What are you talking about? The password. In his mind, Kano could see the pages of the Dick Diary clear as day. Dick Dictum number 1. Never lose sight of what you're supposed to protect. Ever. My 428 friends are my power. Palmer glared in defiance. Kano brought the lighter closer and closer to the gasoline. He could practically feel his own life growing shorter as his hand descended. And yet he felt no trace of fear. His body was numb, his senses strangely distant. Time seemed to slow. The world around him dissolved into a blur. He was surprised at how calm, how remote he felt, here in the midst of this life or death confrontation. And then, far in the depths of Palmer's eyes, he saw the barest hint of doubt. I wonder what 428 would mean then. Tanaka set the password. Is it like I's birthday? And that's why, I don't know, and that's why he set the password to be that or something. He fixed his gaze on the on that point of weakness and did not look away. Palmer's shoulders slumped perceptibly. Now, Kano was certain of it. This was a man who'd never put his life on the line before. Shizuo's words sounded in the back of his mind. You need a cool mind but a fiery spirit. A detective without both of those is worth nothing. Let me go. Promise to let me go and I'll tell you. Is that your answer? I don't think you quite understand the situation here. Kano brought the flame still closer to the gasoline. Palmer's eyes went wide. No longer was he able to hide his trembling uncertainty. All right, I'll tell you. Just put that thing out. The password first. His voice was a strangled snarl. Palmer gave the password. Kano extinguished the lighter. But what was it? What was it? Pulling out his cell phone, Kano dialed up Osawa. As he did, oh, there we go. There we go. There's a jump here. He recalled his last exchange with Stanley at the electronics shop. Let's make that jump now. Because I feel like I have to prioritize progressing Stanley and I forget his name, Tatsuno, before anyone else. Turning his attention back to the handbag, Stanley searched it more thoroughly and found a photograph tucked inside that he'd overlooked on first inspection. What the hell? He stared at the picture, swallowing the lump in his throat. It was a photograph of Maria standing next to another young girl. There was something written in marker on the back. Me and Kanan. 7:30. Okay. July 30th. Stanley hurriedly flipped the photo back over and looked at it again. What does this mean? What the hell? The girl in the photo with Maria looked nothing like the Kanan who had been there at Endo Electronics, who had just left with Maria and Tatsuno just a few minutes ago. What the hell? But if the girl they were working with wasn't Kanan, then who was she? No. I guess Maria fainted before she could see Kanan. Huh. But Kanan is definitely willing to die for her. No. The Kanan that we know, at least. I don't know. What's going on right now? No. Stanley felt his blood run cold. Could she be... Was she Alphard? What? No, wait. She's an actor. Oh, sorry, I hit the mic. She's an actor, I guess. What? The twist never cease. I don't know what's happening right now. It's a nobody. Or Alphard, that would make more sense. Maybe. I don't know what's happening right now. Hold on, let me fix the mic. I accidentally hit it. Is it here? Here is good? Yes. I don't know what's happening right now. The more he thought about it, the more it all added up. Does it? Assuming Alphard was masquerading as Kanan, the whole sequence of events suddenly began to make sense. She was strikingly audacious and fiendishly clever, but she hadn't outmaneuvered them just yet. As luck would have it, they still had a chance to stop her. At long last, Stanley could see the outline of Alphard's plan. Her goal was to get the antiviral. But extracting the freaking so you're just a dude? You're just a guy? You're just a dude that just happens to be around? Who the frick are you? Her goal was to get the antiviral, but extracting the DDS from Hitomi's blood wasn't enough. Okoshi Pharmaceuticals still had the drug at their laboratory. The antiviral's value came specifically from having a monopoly on it. Which meant that, in addition to obtaining the drug herself, he's an actor, paid actor that Alphard found on the street and was just like, hey, he's from the theater troupe, actually. Which meant that, in addition to obtaining the drug herself, Alphard also needed to destroy Okoshi's research facilities. That was the crux of her plan. The problem was finding a way to infiltrate those facilities. In all likelihood, Alphard's scheme went something like this. Have Maria Osawa kidnapped, then infected with the UA virus. After that, eliminate Tanaka. Once Osawa learned that Maria had been infected with the virus, he was certain to use the antiviral on her. But he'd need his partner Tanaka in order to access the storage facility, and Tanaka was dead. That was why Alphard had been masquerading as Kanan. Kanan was Maria's friend, and an expert at hacking passwords. If she could secure Osawa's trust, he would let her into the research facility in order to carry out the hack. That's why Alphard, in the guise of Kanan, had saved Hitomi's life repeatedly. Getting Hitomi to trust her would likewise earn the trust of her father. There were still some finer details that remained a mystery. For instance, how was Alphard going to destroy the lab? Stanley could look into that once he had her in custody. He needed to move quickly and stop her from ever getting into the Okoshi facility. Sorry, my brain is stopped working right now. I think the thing that really throws me off too is that Maria never saw her, right? It was always Hitomi that saw her. But then who was it? Achi overlooked Jack Stanley and Kanan in quotation marks, Alphard, having a conversation, and they had like a back and forth going on, and that made me think like, oh, that's okay, well, you know who this is, you know Kanan because X, Y, and Z, but that was your first time talking to her. You weren't even sure that she was Kanan. I think that's the thing that's throwing me off. That's how the game really got me, and I think that's really clever. He needed to move quickly and stop her from ever getting into the Okoshi facility. I fixed it. Daisuke approached Stanley and held out Maria's cell phone. Well, as best as I could, at any rate. It looks like it'll get a signal, but whatever data was on it is all gone. I see. Stanley took the phone and put it in his pocket. He'd hoped he might be able to learn something useful from it, but luck evidently wasn't on his side. He probably knew the person who Kanan was by reputation, but never met her in person. Yeah, that's the thing that's really tripping me up. It's like, oh my gosh, wait, what? But luck evidently wasn't on his side. He was just going to have to go up against Alphard with what he already had. Now that he'd guessed what was really going on, Stanley went to talk to... Wait. Oh, okay, this is way back. way back. Okay, I did not realize. That's why he said, yeah, just trust me, I'm not going to say anything. Whew. So I guess Jack is going to join Tatano at some point, I assume? Now that he'd guessed what was really going on, Stanley went to talk to Kano. You need to go to the scramble without me, he said. What? Kano was visibly shocked. Where is this coming from all of a sudden? Please, don't ask me to explain. Something else has come up, and I have to see to it. Stanley hated having to do this. He wished he could explain everything, but if he made any unusual moves now, there was a risk that Alphard would pick up on it. It was better to keep his companion in the dark, just in case. I understand, Kano said. Do what you have to do and come back soon. I'm sorry. I wish I could tell you more. It's all right. I'll find a way to get by. Look at his goofy face. Kano gave him a thumbs up. The sight brought back some painful memories. Up until just a few hours ago, Stanley had instinctively seen Kano as all too naive. And now he finally knew why. Kano was just like his younger brother, Frank. Yeah, I knew it. I knew he was also going to be holding up the thumbs up sign. They might have looked very different, but in the way they mixed up their responsibilities with all their personal feelings, they were totally alike. Stanley couldn't discount that naivete. In the end, it was all a part of the human condition. Jack, are you really okay with this? Frank had cast an anxious look at his older brother as they made their way onto the University of Chicago campus, I guess. I don't know. A private university in Chicago, Illinois, lauded as one of the foremost research institutions in the U.S. More than 90 alumni have been awarded the Nobel Prize. The school was made... Oh. Oops. Oopsie daisy. Oop. Shoo. Shoo. Twitch doesn't like smiley faces, I guess. It says 20. That... Too many symbols. Too many symbols. Dang. How do I undo that? I should really learn how to stream. I don't know. I should really learn how to stream. That would be cool and awesome and neat. If I click on here, do you not know how to untime us out? Not really. Oh, wait. I found it. I found the button. There you go. You're free. You're free. Just don't do that again. Okay, cool. My bad. Okay, how do I get out of this now? Do I have to... I think I have to move this over here and then we go over here. Okay, cool. Don't act happy in chat, Chu. You're not allowed to be happy. You're supposed to be sad right now. Look at the sad music playing. Let's see. The school has made a number of major contributions. Let me tab into the game as well. World beyond simple academics, including the construction of the world's first artificial nuclear reactor, Chicago Pile 1, and the Chicago School of Economics, a school of economic thought that stresses monetarism. Okay, cool. Fine, I'll do this instead, Twitch. Yay, yay. It's my responsibility to look after you, Stanley told him. As long as you take your studying seriously, I'm all for it. Frank had been worrying about tuition costs as he prepared for college. So real. So real. Honestly, having the America plotline be like worrying for tuition costs. Hold on 1 second. I'm getting a call. Give me 1 second here. Alright, sorry about that. After losing their parents 5 years earlier, the two had struggled to get by. Yeah, but... Stanley set both hands on his brother's shoulders. Listen to me, Frank. You're my brother, and I care about you. I just want whatever you do to be something you can be proud of. Alright, Jack, I hear you. And thanks. Kano, promise me one thing. What's that? Once this is all over, you'll have to go get a beer with me. Sure, alright. That's a promise now, remember? Kano flashed him a grateful smile. And in that smile, Stanley again saw a little something of Frank. Aw. Alright, intense music now. Hurrying out of... Oh gosh, there's the jump. Okay. Hurrying out of Endo Electronics, Stanley dialed up Tatano as he ran along. Let's make that jump, I think. Okay, cool. Even earlier into the story. Okay. Once they had made it past Shibuya Station, the roads were relatively clear. They ought to make it to the lab in no time. Well, yeah, kind of suddenly looking very suspicious there. I don't know. I don't know why. The phone rang again. It was Stanley. What's going on? He asked the American. Listen carefully. Your life may depend on it. I'm going to ask you some questions. If the answer is yes, say, that's right. If it's no, reply with will do. For a moment, Tatano was bewildered. From the urgency in Stanley's voice, however, he realized that this was some kind of emergency. That's right, he said after a moment's thought. That ought to let Stanley know that he understood the code. Is Kanan with you right now? That's right. That Kanan is an imposter. I wish I had a soundboard. No, no. Oh, I could have played the Among Us thing. Dang. All right. Tatano gripped his phone more tightly, hoping that it would stop the trembling in his hand. It's her, Stanley said. She's Alphard. The detective had to stifle a gasp of alarm. I don't have time to fill you in on the details, but I've got some pretty incontrovertible evidence. Yep, this is how people say words, I'm sure of it. You need to turn back now. Tatano struggled to come to terms with what he just heard. He glanced at Kanan through the rearview mirror. She was holding Maria tightly in her arms. Yeah, it's like you really care about her. I would have thought that this was her. Was this really all an act on her part? If so, why? There was only one possible reason. If Kanan really was Alphard, then she had only one goal. She was pretending to help Maria in order to get into the lab, where she would be able to steal the antiviral. Dang, that is some award-winning acting right there. If the whole terrorism thing doesn't really work out, I'm just saying, like the Angel Theater Troupe, they would love to have you. But wait, hold on. Kanan was Maria's friend, wasn't she? Hitomi had said as much herself. Kanan is my sister's friend. Maria certainly knew what her own friend looked like. And since it was obvious that Maria might be present, it didn't make sense for a clever imposter to pretend to be Kanan. Oh, but you know what? You know what does make sense? There was that thing on the roof, where Tatsuno had the gun up to Maria's head, and then fake Kanan, Alphard, had appeared and, like, sort of helped her. And I was like, why has Maria not commented on this? It's like, oh my gosh, it's my best friend. I love her so much. And it's because, like, she didn't even know who that person was. She was just like, whatever, I'm getting out of here. I'm getting out of here while the going is good. So that's how that works. I see. Or did it? When Kanan showed up on the roof of South Hill, making a surprise attack on Tatano, Maria had taken off... Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Maria had taken off down the staircase without ever looking back. And when she turned up at Endo Electronics' workroom, Maria had already collapsed and fallen unconscious. Tatano felt a chill spreading through his body. As far as he knew, Maria had never actually seen the girl who was sitting in the back seat. But then, what about Hitomi? Shouldn't she have known what Kanan looked like? Tatano tried to remember what Maria had said. Kanan is my sister's friend. I just met her for the first time today. If they'd never met each other before today, then maybe Hitomi didn't know what the real Kanan had looked like. There was only one explanation that made sense. Hey, Tatano, are you still with me? The game was a step ahead of your thought process. Basically, basically, yeah. Stanley sounded like he was on the verge of panic. At any rate, you need to find a way to turn back without her realizing what's going on. Even if Kanan was really Alphard, Tatano had to keep heading toward that lab. He went over the coded responses in his head. Yes was that's right. No was will do. Will do, he said. Saving Maria is your top priority, isn't it? Isn't it? That's right, Tatano affirmed. Alright then. Guess I'll have to head that way myself. In the meantime, do not let her inside that lab. That's right. Tatano hung up. Who was that? Kanan asked. Tatano felt his heart skip a beat. That was Kuze, the cop from earlier. He tried to keep his voice as level as possible. He was worried about us and wanted to check up. Okay, Kanan muttered, sounding disinterested. Tatano could only hope she hadn't guessed the truth. It felt like a specter of death himself was breathing down his neck. Welp. There's a save over here. I feel compelled to go back to Jack real quick, but I'm not sure. Hurrying out of Endo Electronics, Stanley dialed up Tatano as he ran along. Listen carefully, your life may depend on it, he said as soon as Tatano picked up. He knew that the detective wouldn't be able to respond openly since Alphard was right there with him. On the spur of the moment, Stanley devised a simple code for how he should say yes or no. He told Tatano to respond with "that's right" to mean yes, and "will do" to mean no. There was no time for anything more complex. Right now, Stanley just needed to stop Alphard from getting into the lab. He quickly explained his suspicions about Kanan. Tatano sounded distinctly unnerved. At any rate, Stanley said, "You need to find a way to turn back without her realizing what's going on." Will do, Tatano replied. So he was going to head to the laboratory despite Stanley's instructions. Saving Maria is your top priority, isn't it? That's right. The detective's affirmation was firm. Alright then. Guess I'll have to head that way myself. In the meantime, do not let her inside that lab. That's right. Tatano was no match for Alphard. If she figured out what was going on, she'd probably kill him on the spot. Reassurance or encouragement would be meaningless right now. Instead, Stanley left Tatano with one final warning. Three options. If it comes down to it, just shoot her. If you hesitate for a moment, she'll have you dead. This ties back into Tatano's story with his whole backstory and stuff, so that might be good. Find some way to stall until I get there. If she realizes we're onto her, you're done for. Just keep Maria safe. That's your job. I don't know. I don't know. Just keep Maria safe. That's your job. Tatano hung up without saying anything. Man, traffic is not looking so great here. The area around Dogenzaka was in disarray. The government had declared a state of high alert, and people on the street were milling around uneasily, unsure of just what was going on. Modern day Japan lacks both the infrastructure and the legal framework to properly deal with a large scale bioterrorist threat. Coordination between the police, Japan Self Defense Force, health centers, and so forth would be a monumental task. In all likelihood, if a bioweapon was to ever be unleashed there, the target site would fall into chaos. So probably we would all be doomed. Everyone in Japan would be doomed, is what the writers are saying. Considering the city is effectively in martial law, this is to be expected. Yeah, this sort of thing is to be expected. Nobody knows what to do right now. The main roads have been blocked off, and automobiles and motorcycles were at a standstill. Some vehicles had overturned on the curb in an apparent attempt to circumvent the blockade. What do you mean to circumvent the blockade? Wait, Oh, okay. No, I see. I see. Sorry about that. I was like, what's going on? Why are they overturned? I get it now. Any moment now, Kano's team would be putting their plan into action at the scramble. Stanley wasn't sure who they might have gotten to help, but Kano was certain to put them to good use. Please, stay safe. Don't you dare die on me. Stanley prayed silently as he darted underneath the railway overpass. He made it to his car, still parked on the roadside, and fortunately beyond the blocked-off area. Jumping in, he sped off toward the laboratory. Oh, now it's getting to be nighttime? As he drove along, Stanley again tried to deduce Alphard's plan of action. If Alphard herself was on the way to the lab now, then what was the objective of the fake who'd been sent to the scramble? There is dog? There is dog? Dog hates? A call came in from Tatsuno? Are you okay? Are you okay? Do you want to go outside? Hold on. Hold on. Do you want to go outside? Or are you just barking? No? Okay. Okay. No worries. Yeah! Yay! The perfect emote for the perfect situation. Alright. Stanley here. He picked up quickly, but as he did, he wondered, why was Tatsuno calling him? Alphard was right there. There was no way the detective should be risking a phone call. What's going on? Tatsuno said nothing. Stanley repeated the question. Still, Tatsuno did not reply. Is he dead? Should I have gone back and done his route? Stanley's apprehension spread like a droplet of ink in water. Hey, has something happened? Hey, answer me. The call cut off. Stanley hurriedly dialed Tatsuno's number, but he couldn't get through. Something had gone badly wrong, he was sure of it. Had he been too arrogant in thinking that he might be a match for Alphard? His worries turned to the team at the scramble. What if they walked into a trap? Figuring out that it would be too dangerous to call Kano in the midst of negotiations, Stanley instead dialed up Achi. Oh gosh, there's a jump to Achi? Ooh. Oh, we're at the bottom here with these two. Shoot. Well, in that case, you know what? Let's, I don't know, go to the lab. I don't know what to do. I'm trying to avoid a bad end here, but it seems, I don't know what the right choice is, what the right order is for everything. At last, the minivan arrived at Okoshi Pharmaceutical. Tatsuno pulled up at the front gate and got out of the vehicle. Off to one side of the entrance was an intercom for contacting the security room. I'm assuming you've already heard the details from the director. Tatsuno barked into the intercom. Open up. We haven't heard anything from Director Osawa, the security guard spat back. And moreover, the laboratory is currently on lockdown. I'm sorry, but not even Director Osawa is allowed inside. That's ridiculous. Tatsuno scowled at the intercom in frustration. Then a car came racing toward him along the street. That should be Osawa. That should be Osawa. The sound of the screeching brakes filled the air as the vehicle skidded to a halt, and then Kenji Osawa jumped out from the driver's seat. Maria! Osawa rushed over to Tatsuno, then to Maria, where she lay in the minivan. He looked carefully at his daughter's face. This is kind of awkward because I kind of gave Tatsuno and Osawa the same voice, so oopsie daisy. I wasn't expecting this to happen. Oh, thank goodness. She still hasn't gone symptomatic. Mr. Osawa, why aren't people allowed into the laboratory? Osawa tilted his head. They're not? Tatsuno explained what the guard had said. That's ridiculous. Osawa immediately called the security guard on the intercom. He got the same story. You gotta be kidding me, Osawa raged. I'm the lab director here. But the security guard wasn't hearing it. I'm sorry, sir. These are orders from Mr. Makino. No. So am I just supposed to sit out here and watch my daughter die? Tatsuno racked his brain for other ideas. Maybe they'd have to climb the gate and break their way in. Is it gonna be a stealth mission? Because I don't know about that. I don't know. Then, over the intercom, they heard the sound of a phone ringing in the security room. The security guard answered it without muting the intercom speaker. His voice was faintly audible. He sounded rather deferential. Who in the world could he be talking to? Did I make the wife make the call? Did she make a call to her father and then the father made the call to let people in? Before Tatsuno could muse further, the gate suddenly opened. Wow, real life. Wow. Huh? Why? Tatsuno and Osawa looked at one another in surprise. I have a message for Director Osawa from Mr. Makino. My voice is dying. No. No. From Makino. Osawa huddled over the intercom and had a brief sotto voce exchange with the guard. Sure, whatever you say. I don't know. Hydrate. I know I should hydrate. I had some tea before this, so I'm fully expecting my voice to die by the end of this. And yet we persist. All right, cool. What was all that about? Tatsuno asked. It would seem that my wife. What the wait, no. Oh my fucking god. What the fuck? No. Wait. Okay, cool. Oh gosh, I was... You should have seen my face. I was like, there's no way. There's no way that we're about to jump to the wife. I was like... Oh my gosh. Imagine if they did though. They might have. After Osawa left home, I had a change of heart. Even if it meant losing everything, she decided she wanted to save Maria's life. Although Maria was not Ai's real daughter, it would have turned out that the time they'd spent living together had sowed the first seeds of a familial even bond. Amazing. He said, I can imagine the face. Yeah, I was losing my mind there for a minute. All right, Osawa smiled uncomfortably. Tatsuno didn't have time to wonder what that might mean. Has the lock been opened for us as well? He asked. The smile disappeared from Osawa's face. No, she wasn't able to do anything about the final layer of security. I see. Well, let's regroup inside for now. Very well, Osawa said. By the way, who's going to be hacking the password? I am, Kanan said. Ah, so you're Kanan. So you never even met Kanan? What the hell? What the hell? Maria was on the trip with you. How did you not meet her best friend? We should get you to the laboratory then. Osawa began to lead the way inside. Kanan followed. If Kanan really was Alphard, Tatano couldn't let her into that lab. But without getting that lock open, there was no way of getting Maria the antiviral she needed to survive. What was the right call? Should he still pretend to be in the dark and let Kanan try to hack the password? They couldn't go anywhere until Stanley got there. He was going to have to let her into the lab. I'm gonna try B, personally, for me. She looks like Kanan. It seemed like Kanan looked completely different and also was a bit taller. So I don't understand. Did they ever say how Maria had met Kanan? Yes. Yeah, right? Kanan also had white hair in the photo. Yeah, like white hair or like blonde hair essentially. But yeah, so Maria had gotten kidnapped when she went on the trip, and then not Alphard. Friggin' Kanan had happened to hear nearby, and she saved her, and that's how they met, and they started hanging out from there. They couldn't go anywhere until Stanley got there. Tatano knew exactly what he needed to do. What's the matter? Osawa turned and cast a look of confusion back at Tatano and Kanan, both of whom had stopped in their tracks. We'll wait out here, Tatano said. But, I mean, isn't Kanan going to hack the password? There's been a slight change of plans. I think you have the gun pointed up to her, I think. Go ahead and wait for us at the lab, Director. Alright. But we don't have much time before Maria develops symptoms. I'll be inside. Please don't keep me waiting too long. With Maria in her arms and a worried look on his face, Osawa hurried through the gate and disappeared from view. What do you think you're doing? Kanan asked, stiffening as Tatano nudged the barrel of his gun against her spine. Yeah, I figured. You're Alphard, aren't you? Yeah, so Osawa wasn't around at the time. It was just Maria and Kanan. She probably went her own way before Osawa got back to Maria. But I figured they started hanging out over the course of like at least a week. At least a week, because then from there, Maria would teach her about the cat's cradle, and then Kanan would teach her about here's all these super cool, awesome techniques about how to learn things and, you know, how to be a badass, essentially. So I would have thought at some point, you know, Maria would have been like, hey, Dad, I met this really cool person today. Wow, do you see her? That would have been, I don't know. It's just like, wow, I can't believe you never met her. Remember at the time Osawa was obsessed with his work, Maria was not his top priority. True, but I can't, I don't know. It just seems insane that it's like, you never met her, you never, like, what'd you even do today? Like, where the hell were you? You know, like, I haven't seen you in days. I don't know. Different things like that. I have no idea what you're talking about. It's no use trying to play dumb. Stanley found proof. Before he finished speaking, Kanan seemed to disappear from view. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. She cartwheeled away at a blinding speed, too quick for Tatano to keep a beat on her. By the time she'd righted herself, she had already drawn a gun of her own. Abruptly, he found himself facing her in a stare-down, weapons aimed at one another. And then I got a phone call. hold on, hold on, hold on. Let me answer this. Oh, it was Kanan's phone. Well, she's not gonna answer that. Wait, and she reached to answer it. What do you mean? Don't move. Tatano roared. Did you forget the plan? That might be Hitomi calling. I don't care. Don't you move. If Kanan really was Alphard, the whole plan might be a sham. Tatano kept the barrel of his gun squarely on its mark. Kanan let out a little sigh. Have you considered that Stanley might be lying to you? You're not gonna say like, oh no, Stanley, this time for sure. He's actually Alphard. Did you know? Oh my gosh, I'm losing my mind. It's like, oh no, it was this guy, and oh no, it's her. Oh no, it's Jack Stanley. Oh no, it's friggin', I don't know. It's Minorikawa. Did you know that Minorikawa is actually friggin' Alphard? Oh man. The time Maria ran away for a day, he never went to look for her, and then she came back, he slapped her. Needless to say, he was not a good father. Yeah, and I'm not disagreeing with you. I'm just saying, it's like so out there, to like the average person. It's like you didn't even, there was no picture of her, you didn't even see her. So she's Alphard, he's Alphard, electronic store guy is Alphard, everybody's Alphard. Down in our hearts, down in our hearts and our souls, we're truly Alphard. Have you considered that Stanley might be lying to you? Yes, it's possible. But I need to make sure we avoid a worst case scenario. If you don't, I will say her hair is like pretty good, pretty luscious, pretty nice. If you don't let me into the lab, who's going to hack the password? You got your little decoy. My friends will get the fake Alphard to cough up the password. Giving out Alphard accusations like Oprah Winfrey. True. Organization 428, and it's just all Alphards. All of them. The whole lot of them. Once her phone had stopped ringing, Kanan sighed again. Oh gosh, what is this? And what about Stanley then? Is he on his way here? Who knows? Tatano said. At that, Kanan lowered her guard. Do I want to jump back to them? I didn't really get a keep out. I guess wait. Alright, we're going back to Jack, I guess. The area around Dogenzaka was in disarray, and the government had declared a state of high emergency. Okay, cool. Let me skip through this. Please stay safe. Don't you dare die on me. Blah, blah, blah. And then he got to his car. Yay. Okay, and then I gotta keep out. Okay, that's why it's there. That's why it's there. I just wanted to make sure. Do I want to continue with this? No, I think I want to make that jump. I think I definitely want to make that jump. That is very important to do. And what about Stanley then? Well, about Stanley. About that guy. As he drove along, Stanley again tried to deduce Alphard's plan of action. If Alphard herself was on the way to the lab now, then what was the objective of the fake who'd been sent to the scramble? To act as a decoy to get Hitomi's blood. Indiscriminate terrorism. To act as a decoy, right? To act as a decoy. Surely that would be the imposter's purpose. But it wouldn't be as simple as providing a brief distraction. Alphard had been careful to wipe out almost everyone she'd been associated with in the past. That was precisely why all of her defining characteristics, such as age and sex and nationality, had been unknown. It was unthinkable that she'd allow this decoy, who almost certainly knew who she really was, to stay alive. And since Hitomi carried the antiviral in her body, Alphard likely wanted to get rid of her as well. In all likelihood, the terrorist mastermind was planning to steal the antiviral from the lab, But as long as some of it remained in Hitomi's bloodstream, she wouldn't have a monopoly on it. Aha! Stanley suddenly blurted aloud. He just realized what Alphard had hoped to accomplish at the scramble. I don't realize it either. One thing that I do like about this game compared to Zero Escape, it's fun to see the entire story from so many perspectives. The best way to make use of the ensemble cast. Yeah, yeah. And it's like, and it's not that like Zero Escape is bad for not exploring different perspectives per se. But like it's not usually the game's strong suit. They only tried to do it in the third game, and even when they did it, it was kind of all over the place. So this game like really hones in on like, here's all the different perspectives, and there's a lot of them. There's a lot of them. So I will say that's a strength of the game as well. She meant to eliminate both Hitomi and her own decoy at the same time. The question was how. Okay, so she gave the virus to, in the vials to the fake Alphard, the professor over there, and was like, don't worry, this is just water. Don't even worry about it. It's a fake. You can throw these at any time to escape. And then it wasn't? That would be bad. That would be really, really bad. Beginning with her bombings in Chicago, Alphard had made frequent use of remote-controlled explosives. It was likely that she'd opt for something similar here as well. But she wasn't going to be at the scramble herself. So how in the world was she going to trigger an explosion? Was there some clue to be found in something that she'd said or done earlier? Okay, so there's explosives somewhere. There are explosives somewhere. And that theater troupe is gonna end up coming in clutch. Okay, I see. Zero Escape just starts with a big cast, and then by the end really just focuses on the main couple. By the end of Zero Escape, I was just like, oh yeah, this character is here. Yeah. It's like we don't really think about Quark. Quark, the best character in all of Zero Escape. Nobody really does that. We don't really care. But yeah, it's just different types of stories, I think. I will say it's not Zero Escape's strong suit. So how is this explosion going to trigger? Is there something that I don't remember? Think. I don't think. Try to remember. Think. Try to remember. I don't really remember anything. If he didn't do something, everyone at the scramble was probably going to die. Then, as he desperately racked his brain, he remembered something Kano had said. It had been while they were at the scene of the minivan explosion together. He said he heard a cell phone ringtone at the time of the explosion. Not sure if that's significant, though. Oh god. Oh god, that was so long ago. Yeah, Minorikawa. Woo! Oh gosh, I forgot about that. Okay. On this one, it's like the opposite from who's this to then you all interact with each other. And it's like everyone's a cameo within each other's roots. Yeah, everyone has importance. Everyone has like some sort of significance. Such as Minorikawa, right here. Yeah, and likes to use other characters more as a plot device rather than their own characters. It's not a bad thing, it's just like a different style. Yeah, exactly. Stanley recalled the recent exchange between Alphard and Hitomi. The two had called each other's cell phones. Alphard hadn't really been checking to make sure she had the right number. She'd been checking to make sure Hitomi hadn't changed her ringtone. So the ringtone is in the bomb? Wait, no. That was a sentence that I just said that made no sense. So the bomb is in the phone. No, I don't know. I don't fucking know. She's been checking to make sure Hitomi hadn't changed her ringtone. That was it. The bomb was set to detonate in response to a specific piece of music. Oh my god. Is that one song gonna actually be super duper important? Plot relevant song? I don't believe it. Bomb ringtone. The bomb you have dialed is not in service. Please try again later. Okay, that makes no sense. I guess it's voice activated to a specific song that everyone loves. And the ringtone on Hitomi's phone was the trigger. Where could the bomb be hidden then? Stanley didn't have time to think. He needed to alert Kano and the others right away. As he pulled out his phone again, he recalled the map of the stakeout positions. Kano would probably be right next to the decoy Alphard. It might be a mistake to call him that under the circumstances. Call him even. I misread that one. I see. It would just be much more plausible just for it to be a cell phone detonator. Just call the bomb. Yeah, I don't know. Let's see where the story goes. I don't know where the bomb is placed specifically. So I guess it depends on where it's placed rather for it to be voice activated rather than, I don't know, maybe just throw it around somewhere. I don't know. Maybe he couldn't risk calling Kano, but he could call Achi. Stanley dialed Achi Endo's number. Please don't let me be too late, he muttered to himself as he waited for the call to connect. Do, 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 do. Still didn't pick up. Was he already too late? Stanley dreaded the answer to that question. Is this a keep out? Yeah. Yeah, I figured as much. Okay. Who has the jump to... I mean, we have to continue with his story. You have it? No. Who has the jump? You have it? No. Well, then who has it? There was a jump to Achi, wasn't there? Achi. No, wait. That's for here, I think. Achi, again. And then Stanley. Okay, I'll figure it out. For now, let's just continue with Achi. Why did he seem so confident? Something definitely didn't feel right. He really doesn't care if he survives. Oh no. He is going to unleash the virus, accepting that it would kill him too. Alphard met Achi's eyes, and seeing the haunted realization there, the terrorist flashed a wicked and triumphant grin. Alright. Let's skip through this because we already saw it. Yay! Wahoo! Let's see it for the third time. Yay! But this time we're not gonna mess up. We're just not gonna do that. Okay. Can I skip through this? Oh, I can. Damn it! Achi launched into motion, ignoring the searing pain in his leg, but the falling vial was so far away. It was now or never. He threw himself into a head-first slide. Nice one! We are just catching vials of water, but nice one! The gang members broke out into cheering and applause. Achi got to his feet and looked around, but saw no sign of either Kano or Alphard. Hey Achi, if you're looking for the detective. Susumu gestured with his chin. Achi looked and saw Kano far away across the scramble, chasing after Alphard. Soon both men were lost in the crowd. Achi would have charged off in pursuit as well, but his wounded leg made that impossible. Get him, detective, he murmured under his breath. We're counting on you. Oh, and then we all died. Oh shit. Oh shit, well... Oh, what the hell? Before he could complete his sentence, a massive explosion blasted Achi off his feet. Tiny bits of metal tore through his arms, legs, and torso. He crashed to the ground and crumpled like a tattered rag. And then we all died. There were screams coming from all directions. But as Achi started to fade from consciousness, the voices got softer and softer. Oh, we both died holding hands. Well, that's romantic. Yay. Through the haze of pain, he saw a bloodied arm stretched out before him. It's because of your ringtone, Hitomi. You just should have changed it. You just should have changed it. He saw a hand that had been clasped with his hand all day long. The fingers feebly reached out for him, but Achi intertwined them with his own. A lot of bad ends here on Achi's route. It took the very last of his strength. Then, both hands subsided into stillness. Yay. Ain't no way. Ain't no way. Well, you know, that seems like a perfectly normal end. A mysterious explosion. It's not that mysterious. So what happens if I continue over here with Kano? He's just gonna die too. So I have to continue with Tatano then. Yeah, I have to continue with these two. There's nothing to be done over here. We're all gonna die. The jump here is for Stanley. Let's do the jump then, I guess. And what about Stanley then? Stanley? Oh wait, does that work? No, it doesn't. No, it doesn't. Well, I'm a liar. That's not the right jump. Never mind. We only have Tatano. We only have Tatano to deal with. Okay, cool. Let me go back. And what about Stanley then? Is he on his way here? Who knows? Tatano said. At that, Kanan lowered her gun. She seemed disturbingly full of confidence. Kanan flipped open her cell phone. Who do you think you're calling? Tatano adjusted his aim, pointing his gun at the young woman's head. Look, I'm going to call Hitomi and have her clear out these suspicions you have about me. We don't have time for this right now. Wouldn't you agree? Kanan stared back at Tatano, cell phone in hand, waiting for his reply. It doesn't matter what Hitomi says. I trust my own judgment. These both seem like the same thing, but I'm not sure. Hold on, give me 1 second. Okay. I'm not sure. It doesn't matter what Hitomi says. I trust my own judgment. Your own judgment, huh? Is that always correct? Kanan began punching in numbers. Don't let her do it. She never took her eyes off Tatano as she waited for Hitomi to pick up. Well. She's not answering. Kanan hung up and tried calling again. It's me. It looked like she'd gotten through this time. That detective doesn't trust me. Apparently he thinks I'm Alphard, not Kanan. So who are you calling right now? So the first, who are you calling? After a few moments, Kanan held out the phone to Tatano. Here, Hitomi says I'm definitely Kanan. Tatano didn't reach out for the phone. Instead, he advanced on Kanan with his gun still on its mark. This is a farce, Tatano spat. If there was an explosion right now, surely we would feel it. Like from some miles away even, we would still feel it, right? Hitomi's words don't mean a thing. You might be Kanan to her, but you aren't me. I don't even know if there was a real person named Kanan in the first place. So maybe you're Kanan, and you're Alphard. Depends on how big the explosion is. I suppose. I would hope. I don't know. Kanan shook her head, then put the phone away. If you're really Alphard, then you don't need to hack the password. I'm guessing you've gotten it from Tanaka. Let me check something, hold on. That bad end is still there. I'm gonna go back. I'm gonna go back. Stop. This is the sort of nonsense we don't have time for right now. Kanan shook her head, then put her phone away. Okay, we saved people. If you're really Alphard, then you don't actually need to hack the password, Tatano said. I'm guessing you've already gotten it from Tanaka, which means you'll be able to get your hands on the antiviral as soon as you get into that lab. Kanan didn't so much as flinch. The only thing stopping you is the antiviral that's still in Hitomi Osawa's body. Possessing the antiviral and having a monopoly on it are two very different things. You want to eliminate Hitomi. That's why you lured her down to the scramble. Am I wrong? If that's true, then how am I planning on getting rid of her? Using this so-called substitute Alphard or something. Yes, that's right. Tatano couldn't be certain, but he couldn't think of any other way. Yeah, certainly not like a ringtone. Kanan let out a laugh. You don't know the first thing about Alphard, she said. Alphard kept the outlines of her plans blurred, so... That was not the line. Hold on. Alphard keeps the outlines of his plans blurred so that his deliberate actions just get lumped in with the coincidences. Actually, I think you're the only... We've always stressed that we don't know, like, the age or gender or, like, anything of Alphard, but I think you're the only one who's ever referred to Alphard as him. So you're the reason why everybody else keeps referring to Alphard as him as well. Huh. That's the crux of all his plans. That's how he's able to pull off his schemes by himself. He'd never solicit help from a third party. The words seemed like they were Kanan's, but also seemed like they were Alphard's. With his gun still at the ready, Tatano got out his phone and called Kano. The young detective was quick to pick up. Detective Tatano? What's going on? You need to get Hitomi Osawa to safety immediately. Alphard isn't trying to get her blood. He wants her eliminated. What? Hurry. Yes, sir. Once he'd gotten Kano's confirmation, Tatano hung up. Alright, that's a good save point. And now your little plan has been foiled, Tatano said. Kanan snorted. Has it now? If I really am Alphard, then all I need to do is eliminate you here and head on right into that lab. Even without her gun raised, she still radiated intimidation. Tatano might have had her at gunpoint, but he could feel the threat of her presence like a gathering storm. Eliminate me, he said, doing his best to mask any sign of weakness. You're the one who doesn't have your gun ready. I don't need my gun, Kanan said simply. And why is that? Because you can't shoot me. Did you take the bullets out of my gun? What's that supposed to mean? Kanan glared sharply at Tatano. Her look pierced him like a blade. Then she quirked an unsettling smile and took a step closer to him. Don't move, he warned. Tatano said, try anything funny. I don't want to have to... Just shoot her. No, just shoot her, I think, is probably a better way of doing it. It means that she's bulletproof. I don't know what's happening right now. Maybe, honestly, at this point, anything is possible. Try anything funny and I'll make sure you regret it. He kept his gun trained on the center of her chest. You can't shoot me. Kanan took another step closer. You're still traumatized from that time you let your friend's wife die. Wow, that's a low blow. How dare... How do you know about that? Tatano was shaking now, his aim wavering. I heard you talking with the younger detective up on that rooftop. Yeah, you would have been there for that. Oops. That's kinda awkward. That was right. She had been there. Let's test my theory out. Kanan pointed her index finger at her own heart. Shoot her! Just do it, please! If you think I'm Alphard, then shoot me right here. Huh? The corners of her mouth twisted up. You can't. You can't, can you? Tatano's gun hand shook all the more. You're afraid to pull the trigger. It was as if her words were a spell that she was casting over him. You can hardly even stand the thought of pointing your gun at someone. Tatano shook his head violently and came back, violently back and forth, but he couldn't get Kanan's words out of his head. Just keep Maria safe. That's your job. That's what Stanley had said. Oh shit, I said the wrong thing then. And he was right. Don't hesitate. Yeah, don't think. Just don't hesitate. This was Alphard, a sadistic terrorist. He just needed to trust himself and pull the trigger. Pull it! There was a horrid, visceral sound. Gastric fluids rushed up from Tatano's throat. He pitched forward onto his hands and knees and vomited on the spot. The sensation of pulling the trigger, the recoil in the wake of the shot, it was exactly how it had been all those years ago. He never wanted to fire a gun again. At this point, he'd probably never be able to. Where were you even aiming? Ah, shit. The voice had come from right in front of him. He looked up to see Kanan standing right there. His heart began hammering like mad. This was the end. He braced himself for oblivion, even as his body cried out to survive. There was a dull roar of a gunshot, and then silence. We are not bulletproof. We are not, no. One last shot. Okay, cool. Well, in that case... I mean, I knew that was a bad end. I knew I had to make that jump, if it was there. Where's the jump? Takano? What's going on right now? Stanley. Make the jump to Stanley first? Is that what you're saying? Or is this the same jump that I keep doing over and over and over again? It's the same jump that I keep doing over and over and over again. Okay, never mind. Not this jump, but this jump over here. Why can I no longer jump to Kano? Oh, do I have to continue? I have to continue with his story. I never could. Okay, I see. Pulling out his cell phone, Kano dialed up Osawa. As he did, he recalled his last exchange with Stanley at the electronics shop. Looks like we'll be able to have that beer together after all. Oh, looks like that was me talking. Oh boy. The phone rang several times before Osawa picked up. It's Kano. I have the password. Are you serious? Osawa blurted in shock. Here, let me give it to you. Are you ready? Yes. What the hell is this? Well, it's not the real password. 59FBAI4QL1. As he passed along the alphanumeric sequence, Kano kept his eyes on Palmer. The man stared back at him with an expression of bitter defeat. There was a long silence on the other end of the phone. Kano, you can only use numbers. How does that work? And then at last, Osawa's excited voice came through. That did it. Wait, what? It did? Oh, okay. Well, good for you. It opened. The lock opened. Kano let out... What is the 428 then? What is the 428? What does it mean? I don't understand. Kano let out a deep breath utterly. I don't know, man. Palmer snorted. You're really satisfied with catching me and saving the life of one girl? I suppose it's the Japanese way to forget the pain that's been visited upon you. But it's not over. The bloodshed will come. All over the world. Women, children, and the elderly, innocent, all will bleed. Because absolute justice is on our side. Is that right? And then I just beat the shit out of him. Kano drove his fist into Palmer's face. There was no such thing as absolute justice. That was a kind of blind faith that kept the world in conflict. 42 ain't the password. I mean, I guess 428 is kind of a short password, so yeah, I guess it wouldn't be that. I don't know. I don't know anymore. Wow, this sure has been quite the mess. Oh, shit. Okay. Well. Oh gosh. Okay. Whirling around in surprise, Kano saw Kuze standing there. Director Kuze! He bowed his head apologetically. He may apprehend the criminal mastermind, but only because he ignored a director's orders in place to place Maria under quarantine. I'm sorry, sir, but I... Kuze interrupted. You're the one who solved the case. You did not get... Once again, Kano bowed, this time even more deeply. Oh, what do I think, Kano? Yes, sir? Sasayama, they were able to save him? I gotta go for NASA. I think you're going to Walden. That's great. Really great news. Tears of relief came to Kano's eyes. And if Hosawa was able to get the lock to the lab open, he should also have been able to get Maria the antiviral without any further difficulty. Kano dragged Palmer to his feet, then undid the handcuff from his own wrist, using it to properly bind his captive. The metal ring snapped shut with a soft, satisfying click. Palmer limply hung his head. It was over. It was all finally over. No, it isn't. It really had been quite the day, Kano reflected. Beyond all the challenges he'd faced, he had come face to face with his own shortcomings. Now he knew what a long way he had to go to be the man he wanted to be. But at least he'd learned what it truly meant to be a detective. Kuze was muttering to himself nearby. The director shook his head and cleared his throat. Really, sir? Kano smiled, fussing sheepishly with his hair. Kuze's words were the finest praise he could ever have asked for. Someday, he hoped he might really be a detective like Tatano. No, he decided he would be. And until then, he'd never give up on that dream. It might be a long, long road, but he would walk it. Kano looked up into the sky. The neon lights of the city shone from all over. This was the same old Shibuya that it always was, but one that he now looked at with new eyes. Speaking of, so what happened? Are we all about to die? Is that it? Surely I should get the call. Wait. Who called? Who called? Wait. Who called? Oh, no. It's here. The jump is here. Okay. Never mind. I was like, I don't know what's going on. With new eyes. New eyes. New eyes. New eyes. New eyes. New eyes. Keep out. Keep out. Nah, I'm sure that's the end of the game right there. Alright guys, well thank you so much for joining me on this playthrough. Oh boy, okay, so now we can go and jump to Kano. Alfar isn't trying to get her blood. He wants to... What? Hurry. Yes, sir. Okay. Once he had gotten Kano's confirmation. Yay! Short finale, for real, for real. You know, I wasn't expecting the game to end like this, but, you know, it's kind of ballsy. Kind of ballsy. This is... I would say this is a solid 8 out of 10 game. This is the same old Shibuya that I've always been... Anyway, I got a phone call. His cell phone rang. Tatano's name appeared on the incoming call display. Kano quickly picked up. Detective Tatano? What's going on? You need to get Hitomi Osawa to safety immediately. Alfard isn't trying to get at her blood. He wants her eliminated. What? Tatano wasn't making any sense. Alfard Palmer had already been arrested. The threat was over now. Hurry! Tatano barked. Yes, sir! Detective! Detective! Achi called out suddenly. He was standing with Hitomi and the others near the statue of Hachiko. Detective! That's not the real Alfard! He's a fake! How do you know? Someone did call Achi. I can't keep up with the plot. I can't keep up with it. Who called Achi and said that? A fake? Yeah, I just got a call from Stanley. Okay, Stanley. Kano didn't want to believe it. If this Alfard was just a decoy, that meant the real culprit was elsewhere, still on the loose. Achi's voice rang with desperation. He said the real Alfard is planning to get rid of both Hitomi and the fake with some kind of bomb. To get rid of Hitomi? That lined up with what Tatano had said, had just called to warn him about. It must be true then. Once again, Kano tensed. A bomb, but where? Someone squawked. I assume it's Kuze. A team made up of Tokyo, okay, finest 6 ride, typically dangerous explosions. Okay. Typically, a dangerous explosive is frozen with liquid nitrogen, then moved away from the site via support vehicle. The bomb is then detonated in a safe location. Explosives are almost never dismantled on site. Actually good to know. Actually good to know. Just blow everyone up and then we can get rid of Alfard. That's obviously the solution. We've got an emergency here! It was Kuze practically screaming into his cell phone. The director started running toward the precinct, still shouting as he wove his way through the crowd. I'm sorry, did the other people not hear, like, by the way, there's a bomb? Achi just shouted that over a crowd of people. Is no one else responding to that? Kano felt himself starting to panic. If Hitomi and Palmer were the targets, the bomb had to be nearby. He stormed over to his captive. Okay, where's the bomb? He demanded. What are you talking about? Don't play dumb with me. I already told you the password, Palmer said. What point would there be in keeping things from you now? He had a point. And if he had known about the existence of the bomb, he'd kept it secret so far. Getting him to reveal it now would not be easy. Kano decided he would just have to go look for it himself. The other people caught in the blast aren't collateral. They are bonus points. Is that my dog? Is that my dog wanting to come back inside the room? Hold on 1 second. All right. He took a deep breath and tried to think logically. If he were Alfard, what would he do? How could he ensure that he'd eliminate both Hitomi and the fake Alfard at the same time? Where would he plant a bomb in order to pull that off? On the fake, on Hitomi, in a minivan. That's a good point. I would not say the first one. I would say the second or the third. I guess in a minivan. What? I guess in a minivan. In a minivan. He was going to try the same ploy all over again. Kano thought back to the other van explosion earlier that afternoon. Alphard would need an explosion big enough to wipe out both Hitomi and the fake Alphard, even if they got separated. With that in mind, rather than plant a bomb in one fixed spot, he would use a minivan which could be moved to wherever Hitomi and Palmer happened to be. Hachi! It's in a minivan! Look for a minivan! Kano scanned the area. My dog is upset. There were plenty of vehicles parked all along, but no minivans. This seemed strange. If the two intended victims were here now, he'd expect the bomb to be somewhere near as well. Still, they didn't spot the minivan anywhere. Kano ground his teeth in frustration, sweat practically pouring from his forehead. Was he wrong in his assumption? If he was wrong, where else could the bomb be hidden? His mind began to run in circles. Okay, you can do this, he told himself. Focus, just think. Focus, think. He had to trust himself and then take action. He decided he'd have to start by checking whatever vehicles were close by. Maybe they are Demolition Derby fans. Maybe, perhaps. Leaving the fake Alphard under SOS's watch, he ran for the nearest parked car. He peered in through the side window. There didn't appear to be anything suspicious inside. Of course, if the bomb were set in the engine compartment or the trunk, the cursory check like this would never find it. Still, he hurried toward the next car. He had to trust his detective's instincts. If he couldn't spot the bomb itself in a vehicle, maybe something else would alert him to its presence. Alphard had a certain criminal signature that Kano was sure would linger. Nothing abnormal here. No problems here. Not this one either. With each car he checked, Kano's panic rose. 1915. About a minute, no, 2 minutes must have passed since he started searching for the bomb. Already more than 15 minutes had passed since Palmer had appeared on the scene. The detonation could come at any moment now. Kano felt like he might crumple under the weight of his own fear. It might already be too late. He felt utterly defeated. And then he saw it. Uh-oh. There it is! Wow! So which van is this? Is this the one that tried to abduct Hitomi earlier? A small, boxy minivan. It was racing right toward him. That was it. It had to be. The van drew steadily closer, streaming a massive plume of white smoke. Wait a minute. No. Kano sprang into action. The friggin' theater troupe? Stop! Stop that vehicle! He rushed right into the minivan's path, bracing himself to stop it with his own body if necessary. I don't think you can do that, Kano. The driver's compartment was filled with white smoke, making it impossible for him to see who is driving. The van might be unmanned. Stop! Kano shouted again. Wait, no, you're not supposed to stop that one. He knew it was probably pointless, but he had to try. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Ow. Ow. That hurt. Wait, was it really that van? Kano whirled around. He could see countless bloodied bodies scattered across the pavement. What the hell had just happened? It wasn't the minivan that had exploded. The bomb must have been hidden somewhere else. Yeah, I figured as much. Okay. No. How? Kano crumpled to his knees. The minivan drove right on past him. Okay. The chilling breeze in its wake washed over him like the winds of despair. So it has to be with Hitomi then, I guess. Huh. Bad end. The bomb explodes. Okay, cool. It has to be with Hitomi. I made a wrong choice here, is what I'm thinking. Yeah? Hold on. What am I doing? What am I doing? I'm getting so lost in the in the whole thing that I don't know where I am anymore. Yeah, no, I think the answer is to change something here. On Hitomi. On Hitomi. That way he could be certain he'd at least eliminate her. Now that Hitomi carried the antiviral within her body, Alphard couldn't risk letting her go. If other terrorists happened to find out about her and managed to get a hold of her blood, it could undermine everything he'd done. Whether he'd succeeded or failed from getting the antiviral from her, killing Hitomi must have been part of the plan. How does that work then? I'm not sure. The explosion did shake up Achi, so maybe. Yeah. It's not... It has to be in this general area of the Hachiko thing, which means Hitomi. I'm assuming Hitomi, and not Alphard, then. They injected bombs in her blood. Nanobombs. Nanomachines. Oh, man. I don't know. I don't even know anymore. I will say, now is a pretty good time for me to go get something to eat, unfortunately. It's about 2 hours into the stream. This would usually be where I stop. We're gonna keep going. However, I have had very little to eat all day. So I think now is a good time for me to stop the stream and get something to eat, and also get some tea for my voice so that it doesn't die. And then we're just gonna continue. We're gonna continue straight through until the game ends. Until the game ends. So, go get some good noms. I will. Let me go over to BRB. BRB. Yippee. Alright, I am back. Let me go over to game screen. Yippee. Alright, cool. Pardon me, miss, Kano said. I just need to search you real quick. Hitomi hesitated, then gave a firm nod. Thank you for the welcome back. Achi, keep an eye on this guy, Kano called out, gesturing at Palmer. If he tries anything funny, feel free to punch his lights out. Okay, sure thing. Kano carefully scanned Hitomi from top to bottom. A cursory look was enough to tell him that there wasn't anywhere on her person a bomb could feasibly be hidden. Nonetheless, he did a pat-down search just to make sure. She had her cell phone in her pocket, but beyond that, she wasn't carrying anything else of note on her person. My thing is, when would Alphard have had time to, like, plant Hitomi's phone with a bomb? And we're also saying that it's voice activated anyway, so I don't know. Did you buy all the jewelry and accessories you're wearing yourself? Yes, most of them. The ring I got is from my sister. What about your clothes? Oh, I bought them just this afternoon. The top I was wearing before got torn. I see. Kano sighed deeply. No bomb. It wasn't there. Was Kano's guess off base? Or had Stanley just been jumping at shadows? Deciding he better check with the American, Kano got out his cell phone. Cell phone? Kano stared at his phone without dialing. That was it. People always kept their cell phones on them. If you planted a bomb on one, you'd be sure to eliminate the owner. Hitomi, you have to give me your cell phone. It's a bomb. It's a bomb. It was the only explanation. He took the phone from Hitomi and went to power it on. Stop! Achi shouted. Don't turn that thing on. Why not? I don't know, it's just what Stanley said. He told me to make sure her phone stayed off. There was no doubt about it. This was it. On his own phone, Kano called Director Kuze. It's Kano. I found the bomb. It's a miniature explosion inside a cell phone. I don't understand how, though. That's the thing that I don't understand. Kano described the dimensions. My voice is bleh. Kano described the dimensions and weight of the phone. The director ordered him to stand by until the bomb squad arrived. Kano hung up, then gently set Hitomi's phone down on the ground. Well, what do we do? Achi asked. For now, just let me handle this, Kano said. We don't know when or how this thing might explode. You guys get out of here. But, look, just get out of here, Kano snapped. I'm waiting for the explosive ordnance unit to get here. After that, I'll clear out right away too. Don't worry. All right. Achi took Hitomi by the hand and turned to go. And then we still died. Whee! Kano, you idiot. If you really think the bomb is in the phone, why would you power it on? True. It's like, why would he think to do that? An instant later, Kano's senses were knocked out of him by a thunderous explosion. The blast was far too big to have come from something the size of a cell phone. So, I'm guessing that maybe at like... So the time right now is 1950. So at like 1920, let's say, for some reason they're playing Ayakamiki's new song on the loud, you know, like the main monitor that's there in the scramble. And that must set off a bomb or something. I don't know. Or maybe the bomb is the clock that was there. Maybe it's just counting up. I don't know. Bad. Number 69. Nice. The bomb explodes. Not nice. Not nice. Alright, cool. I guess now is as good a time as any to continue with Jack. As he drove along, Stanley again tried to deduce Alphard's plan of action. If Alphard herself was on her way to the lab, yes. Can I skip through this? Here's the next checkpoint. That was it. Okay, can I skip through this as well? No, it's here. The bomb was set to detonate in response to a specific piece of music. And the ringtone on Hitomi's phone was the trigger. But her phone was powered off. Yeah, but I mean, Ayakamiki's song is also really popular right now, so it's not reliant on her phone at all. Where could the bomb be hidden then? Stanley didn't have the time to think. He needed to alert Kano and the others right away. As he pulled his phone out again, he recalled the map of the stakeout positions. Kano would probably be right next to the decoy Alphard. It might be a mistake to call him under the circumstances. Maybe he couldn't risk calling Kano, but he could call Achi. Stanley dialed Achi Endo's number. Please don't let me be too late, he muttered to himself. Achi was quick to pick up. Okay, cool. Mr. Stanley, what's going on? And then I gotta keep out. Oh, well. Shoot. Shoot. Okay. You think that's why we've been hearing the song all over the place all day? Probably. For thematic relevance, and it's the one song that we have with lyrics, and this team was like, we're just gonna get all of the use that we can out of this one song. But also, yeah, it's just a really popular song right now. What do I need to do? I need to continue with Achi then. Why do you seem so confident? Can I... Yar... Get him, detective. We're counting on you. Okay. Here? Get him, detective. He murmured under his breath. We're counting on you. Keep out? Keep out? Yay! Yay! Okay, cool. Now we use the jump over there to get to here. My goodness. Okay. Okay. And then we move over here. Nice. Eventually, Achi spotted Kano on the far edge of the crowd. He looked so happy. He's like, yeah, I did it! Woohoo! The detective pumped his fist in victory. It looked like he'd gotten Alphard to cough up the password. Thank goodness. Finally, some really good news. Now Hitomi and Maria were both safe. A surge of relief ran through Achi's body. And then I got a call. Unexpectedly, his cell phone rang. It was Stanley. Mr. Stanley? What's going on? Should I jump back right now? Yeah, why not? Why not? Jump back right now. There are just so many jumps in the finale. Please don't let me be too late, he muttered to himself as he waited for the call to connect. Achi was quick to pick up. Mr. Stanley? What's going on? How did the negotiations go? The detective caught Alphard, Achi replied happily. He got him to give up the password, and I think he's called the folks at the lab. Does that mean the case is closed then? No, not yet. Right now, I need you to do exactly as I tell you. There was a pause before Achi responded. Why? What's going on? If you want to save Hitomi, then shut up and listen. Stanley snapped. Alright, tell me what to do. First, you need to power down Hitomi's cell phone. Turn her phone off? For what? I'm pretty sure there's a bomb located somewhere near your location. Stanley tried to keep his voice as calm and steady as possible. A bomb? Achi's voice squeaked into falsetto. The guy that Kano just apprehended is a decoy. The real Alphard is planning to eliminate Hitomi and the false Alphard at the same time. Stanley didn't have the time to explain that Kanon was Alphard. Besides, it would only confuse the matter all the more at this point. Listen, first turn off that cell phone. Then go and look for the bomb. Okay, got it. Achi hung up. Hopefully the team at the Scramble would be able to pull through. Now Stanley needs to focus on capturing Alphard. Yeah, you're gonna need to go save, friggin' Tatano. He needs your help. His emotions were coming on too far strongly for him to keep them in check. In the back of his mind, Stanley thought about the last time he'd ever seen a Frank. There had been nothing left of his brother but a bloodied hand to reach out from beneath the rubble. Ever since that day, ever since that very moment, Jack Stanley had sworn vengeance upon Alphard. He would never forget the rage he'd felt at having what was left of his family taken from him. Hey Jack, once this is all tidied up, I'm gonna need a drink. Let's you and me have a beer together. Sure, you got it. Stanley sprang into action, leading away the throng of panicking civilians. I swear I love this dramatic music. It's a good track. I will say that even, like, I understand that Frank is very confident, but Frank is way too confident for the situation. There's a bomb. Like, people can die. But all the while, he couldn't help but worry about Frank. We've got almost 30 minutes left. We'll be fine. Backup will definitely be here in time. He did his utmost to reassure himself, but still the doubts gnawed. When the bomb squad descended upon the area, clad in their protective gear, Stanley shot a look at his watch. Oh, look at that, we get a little picture. That's nice. Explosive Ordnance Disposal, EOD suits, commonly known as bomb suits or blast suits. I think this is actually what Sigma wore in the third game for that game. Yeah, look at that. Wow. Worn during bomb disposal operations to protect the wearer from the shock of a blast or from any hurled fragments of an explosion may produce. Such a suit is, however, wholly inadequate to protect the wearer from a large, powerful explosion, such as several hundred grams of C4 detonated at a close range. Yeah. Well, it didn't work for him. Yeah. Yeah. I like that they included the picture. That's nice. That's cool. He felt a surge of relief. Only about 15 minutes had passed. There was still plenty of time for them to deactivate the bomb with their liquid nitrogen. Thank God. Frank's going to be alright. But he got no chance to relish that thought. Ugh. There was an ear-splitting boom as a powerful shockwave shook the earth. Shook the area. Stanley whirled back around, staring in horror at the place that his brother had been. Nothing remained but a mound of rubble. A later investigation would reveal that the timer on the bomb's exterior had been a mere ruse. Yeah, the explosive had never been linked to a timer at all. Instead, it had been detonated via remote control. Okay, so I'm assuming that Alphard is doing the same thing here? So where is the remote? The remote is the call. But she didn't call that time, so what is the remote? When electrical detonators capable of triggering an explosion with electrical current were invented, they quickly rendered old-style fuses obsolete. In the modern day, many terrorists use small electronics, such as cellular phones and keyless entry remotes, for cars as explosive triggers. Alphard had deceived them, using a visible timer to lull them into a false sense of security. Stanley had managed to save many lives that day, to be sure, but it had come at the cost of his own brother's life. Had he really made the best decision he could have made? He was still asking himself the same question, over and over, even now. But no matter how much he blamed himself, it wouldn't bring Frank back. If there was one thing he could still do for his brother, it was getting revenge on Alphard with his own hands. Stanley had been in constant pursuit of Alphard ever since. He would stoop to any level for information without remorse. His opponent was someone who would do anything at all to achieve a goal. It only made sense for him to do the same. At some point, he'd stopped even hesitating to get his own hands dirty. He would charge headlong into any danger if he sensed Alphard's presence. Even his own life was a price he was willing to pay in the name of vengeance. He could never hope to latch his jaw onto his quarry's throat if he behaved like prey himself. We really love the word quarry in this game. We really love that word. He must be the greater predator. He would cast aside his humanity, would become a blood-stained beast if it improved his chances at the hunt. For the hunt was all that mattered. Pursuit of Alphard had become his only purpose. So it had been for the past 2 years. Now those years flashed through Stanley's mind at the blink of an eye. As he came back into the moment, He marveled at his own ferocity and at the depth of the wound he'd suffered. Arresting her wasn't enough. I'll make her pay with my life. If I don't sink to her level, I'll never be able to beat her. If I do get my revenge, what would Frank think of me? Well, A and B are very similar. I'm guessing C? Let me get a swig of water here as well. If I do get my revenge, what would Frank think of me? When Stanley pictured his younger brother, it wasn't with a smile on his face. The realization gave him pause. In the end, killing Alphard wouldn't bring his brother back. That went without saying. But although he could see now that revenge was an absurd goal, his heart still churned deep and dark with resentment. The Okoshi Pharmaceutical Lab finally came into view. A large billow of black smoke was rising from one of the building's windows. What? Oh. Yeah, well, the bad end is still there, isn't it? Oops. Oh man, you're really late. What the hell? This is 1910. You're all the way here at 25. You're 15 minutes late, man. He hopped out of the car, then gasped. It's hard to know. Ah, dang. The detective was sprawled face down on the ground outside the laboratory, his gun still in his hand. Blood had pooled from around his head. He'd been shot at close range. Death would have been instantaneous. All too late, Stanley felt the full weight of his mistake. Tatano had gone up against an opponent who was out of his league and gotten himself killed. And Stanley had put him up to it. Yeah, yeah, you did do that. He should have never have let Tatano try to handle the situation on his own. He should have done whatever it took to stop the detective. There must have been some way he could have averted this disaster. Are you telling me to go back? I thought I made a good choice. Saving Maria is your top priority, isn't it? That's right. That's right. There is no hesitation in Tatano's words. Stanley had known how bad the man wanted to save Maria. That's why he deferred to the detective's judgment. Now he was faced with the results of his own naivete. Ah man, video. The smoke pouring from the building showed no signs of diminishing. In all likelihood, the lab had been destroyed with a bomb. There's just so many bombs all over the place. Alphard's plan had run its course before Stanley had even gotten there. Yeah, you're late. This is 1910. Somehow I thought the year was 1910. No, it's the 24-hour military time. Which always is fun. What is it? 20 is 8 p.m. So this is all 7 p.m. Around 7 to 8 time frame. He couldn't forgive himself for having been so thoroughly outwitted. 24-hour time is so much easier to read, though. Yeah, but I don't like numbers and math, and I just prefer if you say it's 8 a.m. or 8 p.m. Nor would he ever forgive Alphard for what the terrorist had done. Anger erupted inside him, raging like hellfire, driving him on to action. Death would be far too kind a fate for Alphard, now more than ever before the thirst for vengeance consumed him. And then I died. Ah, shit. But even as he began to stalk toward the laboratory, a bullet caught Stanley in the abdomen. For a moment, he couldn't process what had happened. There was an intense, searing pain that spread through his gut. Warm liquid began to soak through his shirt. Another swig of water for my dying voice. I don't even convert anymore. I just think in 24 hours. I assume so. I think I just like the symmetry of 8 a.m. and 8 p.m. and stuff like that. Um, there, there was an intense searing pain. Yes. Then a figure emerged from within the smoke. I've been waiting for you to show up, Jack. Ow! Another bullet tore through Stanley's body. Seemed to slow for him. He watched the spray of blood scattering like a crimson mist. Oh, fart. Stanley hissed the word through his clenched teeth. Out of pure stubborn spite, he managed to stay on his feet, tottering toward his foe. He raised his gun. Wow, look at that. Look at that. He didn't stop pulling the trigger until the very moment his world went dark. But did you get her? Ah, dang it. Ah, dang it. Defiant to the last, number 82. Alright, well, I feel like I'm doing a good job here. So we can only continue with Achi. Achi, please save everyone. Unexpectedly, a cell phone rang. It was Stanley. Mr. Stanley, what's going on? How did the negotiations go? Oh boy, it's me again. Achi quickly filled him in on the good news. The detective caught Alfard. He got him to give up the password, and I think he's called the folks at the lab. Does that mean the case is closed then? No, not yet. Right now, I need you to do exactly as I tell you. For a moment, Achi's head swam. This isn't over yet? No, it is not. Also, I wonder... Well, actually, we might have time. I was like, I wonder if I'm going to have one more time block after this. This is obviously a 2-hour time block, so it's pretty beefy, but it's because it's the finale. I was like, I feel like there's going to be one more time block after this. I'm not sure, but I feel like it. Okay. Why? What's going on? If you want to save Hitomi, then shut up and listen. Stanley barked. All right. Tell me what to do. First, you need to power down Hitomi's cell phone. Turn off her phone? For what for? Was Stanley serious or just messing with him? I'm pretty sure there's a bomb somewhere near your location. A bomb? Achi's voice squeaked into falsetto. The guy that Kano just apprehended is a decoy. The real Alphard is planning to eliminate Hitomi and the false Alphard at the same time. Eliminate both Hitomi and his own decoy? Why would he do that? And if the guy they just captured was a fake, then who was the real Alphard? He couldn't wrap his head around it. The more he tried, the more thoughts became a jumbled mess. I just realized I uploaded the last Shibuya Scramble VOD onto YouTube, and I called it Alphard's True Identity. I'm gonna have to go change that now. I'm gonna have to go change that. Shit. I'm gonna have to go think of a different title for that one, because it's just not true. It's just not true. Listen, first, turn off that cell phone. Then go and look for the bomb. Okay, got it. Right now, he just needs to do what Stanley told him to do. He didn't have time to make sense of the situation. Hanging up, he called out to Hitomi. Hitomi, you have to turn off your cell phone. She stared back at him, too confused to act. Look, just hurry up and do it. Right, okay. Pulling her phone from her pocket, she switched the power off. Or just call it Alphard's true identity. True, super true, not clickbait, super real identity. Oh, man. And this one's Alphard's true identity, not clickbait. Man, maybe. Maybe at this point, I don't know what to do about the titles. It's like, man... I thought I was so certain. It was like, yeah, it's obviously the teacher. Of course it's the teacher. Wow, look at me. Then Achi turned in Kano's direction. Detective! He shouted. Kano was looking towards him, seemingly already aware that something was amiss. Detective! That's not the real Alphard. He's a fake. A fake? Kano looked understandably shocked. Yeah, I just got a call from Stanley. He said the real Alphard is planning to get rid of both Hitomi and the fake with some kind of bomb. Kano hurriedly turned back to the fake Alphard and began a fresh barrage of questions. Meanwhile, Achi's mind was racing again. If the bomb was meant to wipe out both Hitomi and the imposter, it would have to be pretty powerful. So it couldn't be anything particularly small. Where could the bomb be hidden then? Achi scanned the area but didn't spot any place that seemed plausible. Kano made his way over to Hitomi. Pardon me, miss. I just need to search you real quick. Wait, had Hitomi been planted with a bomb? So what matters is Achi's choice right here? Is the bomb planted in the vials? I don't know. Where's the bomb? Achi, keep an eye on this guy, Kano said. If he tries anything funny, feel free to punch his lights out. Okay, sure thing. Achi took up watch over the decoy Alphard. The guy was handcuffed, but he was still a diabolical terrorist. Achi knew he couldn't let his guard down for a moment. He kept a close eye on the fake, ready to knock him out cold at the first sign of mischief. Meanwhile, Kano continued to search Hitomi. Did you buy all the jewelry and accessories you're wearing yourself? Yes, most of them. The ring I got is from my sister. Is it the ring we're saying? No, it can't be the ring. The ring is too small. I don't know. What about your clothes? Oh, I bought them just this afternoon. The top I was wearing before got torn. I see. Then, as Kano continued his search, he cried out suddenly in realization. Hitomi, you have to give me your cell phone. It's a bomb. Hitomi hurriedly pulled out her cell phone and handed it to Kano. Achi looked in on the alarm as he realized the detective was going to turn the phone on. Why would he do that? Stop! Don't turn that thing on! Kano froze at Achi's sudden shout. Why not? The detective quirked a quizzical eyebrow. I don't know, it's just what Stanley said. He told me to make sure her phone stayed off. The blood drained visibly from Kano's face. Quickly pulling out his own cell phone, Kano dialed up the police. He launched into a discussion involving a lot of cop jargon that made no sense to Achi. But one thing seemed clear. Hitomi's phone itself might be the bomb. Might be. Maybe. Possibly. But wait. Achi found himself doubting the phone bomb idea. If Hitomi hadn't brought her cell phone with her, then what would have happened then? Would that just mean there would be no explosion here? He didn't buy it. Surely Alphard would have thought of a way to eliminate Hitomi and the decoy crook whether she had the phone on her or not. It was too worrying a prospect to ignore. Achi waited impatiently for Kano to hang up, then asked, Well, what do we do? For now, just let me handle this. We don't know when or how this thing might explode. You guys get out of here. Kano set the cell phone down on the ground and started to put some distance between himself and it. Achi followed after him, dragging the fake Alphard along. Oh boy. Okay, so one of the choices that I've made is very, very bad for everyone. Suddenly there was a tremendous movement for Achi's body, and then I died. I knew it. I knew it. Achi thought as he lay crumpled on the pavement, dying. Hitomi's cell phone was powered off. So it couldn't have been the bomb. Something else must have exploded instead. It was the last thought Achi ever had. Yay. Alright, cool. Awesome, neat, epic. The bomb explodes. It sure does. It sure does. Okay, so everything comes back to I don't think there's anything that can be done here. I don't think it's anything over here. I think everything comes back to friggin' Kano and the choice that he makes. Which choice was it? Where to handle the bomb? Yeah, I think it's this one. Yeah. Okay. We're gonna go back and say that he has the bomb? I don't think this would change anything. I don't know. I don't know. Maybe I have to think a little bit more about this one. On the fake, obviously. There is no other place he could possibly have planted it. Kano began to pat Palmer down carefully. Achi! He shouted. Check the case! Hurry! Oh! Oh. Oh. The attaché case that's been in the relays this whole time. Oh. Okay. Don't move. Kano searched through his captive's jacket and pockets of his pants. But he came up with nothing. Perhaps Alphard had fitted the bomb into the man's watch or belt. Stop this. I'm not carrying a bomb. Shut your mouth. But Kano couldn't spot anything suspicious about the watch or the belt either. He clenched his jaw in frustration. Did Palmer really not have it after all? Is it not in the case? Detective! It was Achi. He looked alarmed. Kano hurried over to him, dragging Palmer along. When he looked inside the attaché case, Palmer's face went pale. No, it can't be. Alphard, why? We were best bros. We were buddies. His voice was hoarse with betrayal. Then he abruptly broke into stilted laughter. I thought the game, I was thinking the game would go super mega crazy. It's like, I don't know. I don't know. It's still a possibility. We can't rule it out. But no, I'm thinking this is the bomb now. Of course, it was the last thing you picked. I wasn't thinking about the attaché case. Yeah, everything is relevant. Everything comes back around. Gosh darn it. Then he abruptly broke into stilted laughter. Trusting someone really does make you blind. Such a simple, childish ruse. And it went right under my nose. Palmer looked over at Kano. We need to get out of here immediately, he said. That right there is C4, a plastic explosive created for military use. The chief component is RDX, which is combined with the plasticizer such as diosylsabasa. Is it highly reliable and is used in many military forces around the world, most notably the USA Armed Forces. Okay. A high-yield plastic explosive used by the military. And that's enough to blow this whole area to smithereens. A chill ran up Kano's spine. Do not let this man go. Do not let this man go, he said, handing Palmer over to Susumu. Got it. Just leave it to us. Susumu signaled to his followers, who immediately dumped Palmer unceremoniously on the ground. The heck is it put in? Like a bunch of glue? What the hell is that? Kano carefully inspected the inside of the attaché case. Achi had found a false bottom. Oh, a false bottom in the case. I see. The space... Because there was money in here earlier, wasn't there? Yeah. The space beneath it was indeed packed full of plastic explosives. Set within was what looked like a detonator. Kano didn't know much about bomb disposal. He'd only been taught the very basics during his police academy training. Nonetheless, something drew his eye. A microphone. A microphone? Right. Voice recognition, waiting for the song to play. It's gonna play over the speakers on the big screen. Yes, okay. There was a parabolic microphone attached to the detonator. In all likelihood, the detonator had been set to go off in response to some sort of sound. Hey, detective? Is that thing gonna explode or not? Achi's voice was shaky. It looks like it's sound activated, but it hasn't gone off just from having people talking nearby. That means it must be set to explode in response to a specific sound trigger. A specific sound, huh? Achi took a moment to think. That's it! It must be Hitomi's ringtone. That's why Stanley had me power her cell phone off. So that means we're safe then? Hitomi asked. No! You know your ringtone better than anyone and how popular it is. Why would you say that? It's not going to explode anymore, right? Kano had to fight back any feeling of relief. They couldn't forget that this was Alphard they were dealing with. Assuming they were safe would be a dangerous mistake. Carefully lifting the detonator, Kano spotted another cable connected to the bomb. What the hell is that? As calmly as he could, he tried to remove the plastic explosive from the attaché case. Yeah, but that's fake. He quickly discovered the thinly stretched sheet of plastic explosive was only an intermediate layer, concealed by a second false bottom. Just amazing. A small timer had been set beneath it. I really wish Stanley had communicated. Is like, by the way, Alphard tends to work in false promises. So I'm sure Achi figured it out before Kano did. Basically. Yeah, basically. There's not just a sound trigger. Kano's mouth has gone dry. His voice came out as a whisper. The bomb has also been fitted with a countdown timer. Stanley had been right on the mark. The ringtone of Hitomi's cell phone would trigger the explosion. That way Alphard could eliminate both her and his stooge Palmer at the same time. But just in case the sound trigger were discovered... Oh. As a backup... Okay, so that's why it keeps going off then. So it has nothing to do with sounds being played. It's just both. Okay. Well, certainly Alphard has been keeping me on my toes this entire time. I don't know what's happening. But just in case the sound trigger was discovered as a backup, the bomb had also been rigged to explode after a set time. How many bottoms do you have? Kano speed dialed his boss. Director Kuze! Where is that bomb squad? 1 minute 51 seconds. 1 minute 50 seconds. Not even 2 minutes left to go. It didn't look like the explosive ordnance unit would make it in time, but that's why we have the Angel Theater Troupe and their, their crazy little van. Kano scanned the area, weighing his options. He noticed Achi standing right beside the bomb case. Achi, he called out. Leave that thing and get out of here. But Achi didn't move. No way. He sat down, the attaché case cradled in his arms. What? Achi, what the hell are you doing? Bro, I'm not going anywhere until everyone's made it to safety. You don't have to do this. What? Detective, you need to get these people someplace safe right away. Clear the area first, then I'll go. But there's no way I can do that. Damn it, you don't want to save these people too? Kano bit his lower lip in frustration. Achi was right. If the bomb went off amidst a crowd like this, there was no telling how many casualties there'd be. He needed to do whatever he could to, as quickly as possible. Get back! Everyone, get back! Achi shouted at the top of his lungs. There's a bomb! Everybody, get out of here! Just run! Following his lead, Kano started directing nearby civilians to safety. So basically, Kano is going to become the new Jack Stanley, and Achi is going to become the next Frank. Hitomi, Susumu, and the others added their voices to his. There's a bomb! Everybody run! Get away as fast as you can. Please, you all have to get out of here. But the crowd wasn't listening to their warnings. Why not? On the contrary, some people hurried closer to see what the commotion was all about. Are you stupid? What? We're under lockdown. Come on. It was no use. They were out of time. Kano had to save Achi at least. He hurried back to him and called out, "Hachi, that's enough! Leave the bomb and let's go!" "Hachi!" Hitomi shouted. "Come on!" But Achi only clutched the bomb more tightly. "What are you doing?" Kano screamed. "Come with us, hurry!" Still, Achi would not move. Susumu's face went pale. "Wait. Achi, your leg!" "What about my leg? Earlier when you kicked that steel pipe." "What the heck?" Oh no. Finally, Kano understood. It wasn't that Achi didn't want to move. He couldn't move. And so he decided to get all heroic and use himself as a human shield to minimize the impact of the explosion on everyone else. Would that even work? I think you have to be lying on top of it at the very least. Idiots, Kano muttered. His leg was busted. Why didn't he say so? How did he even make it this far? There couldn't be much time left. If Kano rushed to help him now, he might not make it to safety before the bomb went off. He had to make a decision. He couldn't rush in without a plan. Oh gosh, it's A and B. Okay. He couldn't rush in without a plan. He couldn't just abandon him. Just go. I don't know. Kano, some more water. It's okay, he's hugging with the power of friendship. Friendship is magic. Yeah, and that's totally gonna save Achi, of course. He couldn't just abandon him. Achi was being an idiot. He wanted to sacrifice himself for the greater good, but Kano wasn't going to let him do that. To have someone else be your shield. To have them up and give their life for yours. Achi had no idea just how hard it would be on the people he left behind. Even if it did save their lives. And until he was capable of comprehending that, Kano wasn't going to just let that kid die. He reached for Achi in a matter of moments and grabbed him by the shoulder hard. "Let go of the case, now!" But Achi reflexively hunched lower. "What the hell are you doing, man? Why'd you come back here? Just come with me. We have to get out of here. Look, you just need to run. I can't move. Oh, you've got to be kidding me." Kano squatted down and looked Achi right in the eye. "Okay, you can't move on your own, so I'm going to help you move. And unless you want to kill me, too, you better cooperate." Damn it. Don't be a fool, man. The strength ebbed from Achi's hands. Wasting no time, Kano pulled the case away, then slipped an arm around Achi's side. That doesn't seem very good in terms of time. Their legs got entangled as Kano dragged Achi to his feet. "Come on, run!" The detective shouted when they were upright at last. They need to get as far away as possible the few seconds they had left. Kano didn't know how big the explosion was going to be. Palmer said it would be enough to blow the whole area to smithereens, though, and there'd been true terror in his voice when he said it. They just needed to keep moving. Keep running as far as their legs would take them. "Hachi!" Hitomi shrieked. Alright, cool. Not again. How did they learn about the thing? We as the player know what's going on with the theater troupe, but how does everyone else know? There was a blinding flash of light. Then everything went dark. The force of the blast robbed Kano of his senses. He couldn't tell what had happened to Hachi. And in the end, Kano never even knew what cut his own life short. That's actually the perfect way to convince Achi. It is. To have it be like, well, I'm gonna die too, so you better go along with what I say. Okay. Where are we at now? We still have bad ends out the wazoo. Okay. So we need to go back to Achi, essentially. Achi turned to Kano's direction. Detective, he shouted. Where could the bomb be hidden then? Achi scanned the area, but didn't spot any place that seemed plausible. Then his eyes happened to alight on the attaché case the decoy had discarded. Could it be? No sooner had his suspicions been aroused that he heard Kano call out to him. Achi, check the case! Hurry! He hurriedly opened the attaché case and searched the interior. But the only things he found inside were pieces of medical equipment, tubes and syringes and the like. It's not even like properly locked in. It's it's kind of like the little playthings that you get for like children who want to be a doctor. I don't know. It's like whatever. Alphard, you didn't do a very convincing job of this. You're just like, wow, whatever. There was nothing that looked even remotely like a bomb. Still, what else could possibly be hidden? Damn it. He had to find the explosive, and soon. He took another hard look at the case. I'll shake it, I'll flip it, I'll smash it apart. I'll flip it over. I'll smash it apart and flip it over. I'll flip it over. Achi lifted the attaché case down high up and flipped it upside down. But as he was about to throw it, he heard a faint metallic sound. Quickly, he lowered the case again. He was certain the noise had come from inside. This looks so like it has a false bottom. And it's like, Achi could not tell. He was like, I don't know. Maybe so, maybe not. The props budget couldn't be that high for too long. I guess so. Once more, he opened the case and looked inside. But still, he saw nothing of note. He tossed the medical equipment aside and slowly tilted the case from side to side. Although it looked empty, there was a distinct sound of something metal sliding back and forth. Hold on. Could it be? Achi tugged the case's interior lining, quickly tearing it free. There it is! It's a bomb! When he looked behind it, his eyes went wide. A thin layer of something that resembled white clay had been affixed inside the cover of the case. Several wires connected it to a small electronic device. This was it. The bomb really was inside the attaché case. Here it is! He shouted to Kano. I found it! Kano hurried over, bringing his captive with him. There, Mr. Palmer. Take a look. When he saw what was inside the attaché case, the fake Alphard went pale. No, it can't be. Alphard, why? His voice was hoarse with betrayal. Then abruptly, he broke into a stilted laughter. Trusting someone really does make you blind. Such a simple, childish ruse. And it went right under my nose. The fake Alphard, Palmer, looked over at Kano. We need to get out of here immediately, he said. That right there is C4, a high-yield plastic explosive used by the military. And that's enough to blow this whole area to smithereens. Blow the whole area to smithereens? Achi pictured Shibuya reduced to a blasted ruin. Meanwhile, Kano frantically began searching the inside of the attaché case. A microphone, Kano muttered. Hey, detective? Is that thing gonna explode or not? Achi tried and failed to keep his voice from wavering. It looks like it's sound activated, but it hasn't gone off just by having people talking nearby. It means it must be set to explode in response to a sound trigger. A specific sound, huh? Now Achi understood Stanley's instructions. That's it! It must be Hitomi's ringtone. That's why Stanley had me power her cell phone off. So that means we're safe then? Hitomi asked. It's not going to explode anymore, right? Maybe, but I wouldn't bet our lives on it. Kano continued his examination of the case. He carefully loosened the bomb and the cables, pulling them away from the lid of the case. The sight made Achi's heart leap. Then Kano went stock still, as if caught in a hungry predator's gaze. There's not just a sound trigger. The detective's voice was a raspy whisper. The bomb has also been fitted with a countdown timer. Achi could see the timer now. It had been planted underneath the plastic explosive. His blood ran cold. Director Kuze, where is that bomb squad? While Kano made a desperate call to the police, Achi picked up the attaché case and peered inside. I'm having a moment. Hold on. Nothing is gonna change, I don't think, from this one, from playing through this one. Jack was saying, like, hey, go back in time and... Oh, there are hints. Wait, there's a hint? There are no hints. There are no hints after 1800. Okay. Okay, good to know. My thing is that I was gonna go back and maybe do, say something different to him. A warning. Because I don't think anything's gonna change by me playing through that. If you hesitate for a moment, she'll have you dead. Alright, cool. I've now said the correct thing. I think. Maybe. Alright, cool. Now I can go through all of this again and again and again and again and again. Alright. I think? Surely this is different. Until the moment his world went dark. Oh shit, well. Uh-oh. Wait. Yeah. Okay, well. Well, then what do I do? What do I... Oh, okay, no. It got erased. Okay, it's erased? It's erased. History has been changed. Cool. Tatano said, try anything funny and I'll make sure you regret it. I would still choose the same thing. Is that not the correct choice? He kept his gun trained on the center of her chest. You can't shoot me. Kanan took another step closer. You're still traumatized from the time you let your friend's wife die. This is a really good track. How do you know about that? He was right. She had been there. Let's test my theory out. If you think I'm Alphard, then shoot me right now, huh? The corner of her mouth twisted up in the spot. You can't do it, can you? You won't. You won't. Okay. Pointing your gun at someone. You couldn't get away from... If it comes down to it, just shoot her, please. Friggin' do it. If you hesitate for a moment, she'll have you dead. Do it! That's what Stanley had said. And he was right. Don't hesitate. Don't think. This was Alphard, a sadistic terrorist. He just needed to trust himself and pull the trigger. Pull it! There's a horrid visceral sound. The sensation of being recoil. Where are you even aiming? And then silence. Okay. Alright, well, I tried at the very least. I'm gonna have to go try something else. Ow. Hammering like mad, this was the end. He braced himself for oblivion, even as his body cried out to survive. There was a dull roar, a gunshot, and then silence. Oopsie daisy. Alright. There's been a lot of gameplay for a visual novel, for the visual novel this chapter. Yeah, they're really using the game mechanics. And now I'm not sure what to do. So that bad end still exists. Do I have to say something else? Okay, hold on. Hold on. Let's go back. Go back again. If it comes down to it, find some way to stall until I get there. If she realizes we're onto her, you're done for. I can't imagine this being any different. I can't imagine. I mean, I can try it, but after that, I really don't think it's gonna be different. I think something over here. I don't know. Something over. I can't imagine that yeah. We didn't have her call Hitomi, so there's gotta be some choice you haven't made yet. Yeah. Alright. Let's try making the other choice. And if not, then it is what it is. If it all comes down to it, find some way to stall until I get there. Don't do anything, you. Just don't do anything. Alright, cool. Hung up without saying anything, and that choice has been saved. So... oh, things have changed. History has changed, it seems. Alright. Why would I go back here? Revenge or a mission? Do I go back here first? Or do I go back over here? I think I want to go... I would continue with Jack, I would say. Okay. And... what would Frank think of me? This went without saying. Okay, this seems to be the same. And things are different. Okay, cool. Finally, the Okoshi Pharmaceutical Laboratory came into view. There were two people standing outside the front gate. Yay! It was Tatano and the girl who was pretending to be Kanan. Each had a gun drawn on the other. Somehow Stanley had made it in time. How does saying that change things? He didn't really stall a whole lot, but okay. Well, I'm guessing he did something. He did something in the room that I haven't seen yet. Alright. He pulled his car up alongside them and reached down into the gun sleeve concealed beside his seat. He pulled out a 44 caliber Desert Eagle, one most powerful semi-automatic handguns in the world. A semi-automatic handgun designed by Minnesota-based Magnum Research Inc. and manufactured by Israeli Weapons Industry. There are various models chambered for different rounds. The largest, a .50 Action Express .50 AE, is exceptionally powerful by semi-automatic handgun standards. Stanley coming back in the heat. I know. It's like, okay, I guess you're just allowed to walk around with that. I know he's here on official, like, business, technically, but it's like, wow, okay. His orders were to apprehend Alphard. The smaller Glock in his shoulder holster might have been better suited to that end. Even so, he opted for the Desert Eagle. Getting out of the car, he started to pace toward the young woman. Stanley. Tatano glanced over at him, his face pale. Stanley gave a silent nod in reply. He could see the hint of a smile on the girl's face, probably the smile of overconfidence. Well, her brazenness would get her no further. I got in touch with the others, Stanley said. Told them to turn off Hitomi Osawa's cell phone. He could see her eyes react. I imagine that by now they've also managed to deal with the bomb you planted on your decoy. The young woman remained silent. And of course, they've managed to bypass the lock inside the lab. You know what this means? Your little plan has failed. Completely. Stanley could see the girl's eyes, sharpen. Maybe they were literally stalling. Okay, she jumped. She jumps 5 times now. Enough stalling. That would be a funny use of game mechanics. He'd chased Alphard all around the world, only to arrive here at last in this little island nation. It had been a long, long journey, and he'd spent a long time suffering. Now both the journey and the suffering would be over. Ooh, people, oh no, people are moving. We meet at last, Alphard. End. All right, Tatano, I hope you have something interesting at the end of yours then. The end of his story, and then Kanon's route has been unlocked. I don't know. Oh my gosh, that would be insane. Let me go over to here then. That would be crazy. It's like Alphard's route has been unlocked. You can now play as Alphard. Yippee! Let me get a swig of water here again. I am muted. Oh shit. No. No. Okay, I'm sorry. I was muted. Shit. That's awkward. That's awkward. I don't know. I thought you were just skipping the text. No, no. Okay, well, what the fuck was I talking about? Right, so I was saying that the right choice, I'm surprised and shocked because the right choice is to hesitate. Seemingly. And not shoot her, rather than just go all in and try and shoot her. And then he was like, if I hadn't shot back then, maybe she would still be alive, Kotane. And I'm like, what actually happened? I don't really remember. So the thing was that there was a criminal out on the loose that took Kotane hostage. And Tatano shot shot the criminal. And his aim was not off. But the criminal got so angry from being shot that he killed Kotane in retaliation. And so we're saying to not shoot? The answer is to not shoot. I'm not sure if I agree with that sentiment, but whatever, it works. It works. If it works, it works, I guess. I don't know. Your friend's entire life was changed because of you. Why hadn't he tried to talk the culprit down? He knew the reason why. Yeah, because somehow his first shot didn't kill the criminal. Yeah, he did get the criminal, but he did not kill the criminal. And that was, and so that was the issue for him. Yeah, I see. He knew the reason why. Because he loved Kotane. He'd still loved her, even after she became Daisuke's wife. His desire to be the one who saved her had warped his sense of judgment when things had come down to the wire. Tatano, do you not enjoy being with me? There was a forlorn look on Kotane's face. It wasn't that he didn't enjoy being with her. Her very presence soothed him. But the more serious their relationship had grown, the more it tore at Tatano's heart. The truth was that he didn't really know what happiness was, and so he was incapable even, of making someone else happy. If it were possible, he'd want Kotane to be smiling always. And that meant her being with someone other than him. I think it would be best if we stopped seeing each other. Oh yeah, they did date for a little bit. Tatano blurted out the words bluntly, and Kotane's face fell. He hadn't broken up with her because of any lack of feelings for her. Rather, the impulse had actually sprung out of his pursuit of human warmth, and his growing fear of losing it. He'd just been so uneasy. More than anything, he'd been afraid he wanted too much love and affection from Kotane. I see. Bit by bit, Tatano lowered his gun, his hand even more unsteady. His heart was on the cusp of breaking. And still Kanon continued with her diabolical whispering. You can go ahead and kill me. But if it turns out I'm not Alphard, what then? Now she stared at Tatano with an almost pitiable look. You'll have once more done something you can never undo. I don't know, you're looking hella evil right now, so I don't know. Something I can never undo. Tatano repeated the words dully. Dully, I think. Feeling himself forced into a trance. That's right. Could you ever accept that? No, I couldn't make the same mistake. His whole body felt like it might fall apart. He wanted to drop to the ground and curl up in a ball like a child. And that's why you can't shoot anyone. I can't shoot anyone. As Tatano muttered the words, Kano's face appeared in the back of his mind. I can! Tears fell from Kano's eyes as he looked down the barrel of his gun at Tatano. He'd become a detective who didn't lose sight of what he was supposed to protect, no matter the situation. At least she's Alphard adjacent. At least she is, honestly. It's like, I don't know. You're trying to make a case and an argument that's... It's getting to him because, you know, Tatano he's got a lot going on. It seems since high school or since a young age that he's been kind of struggling with himself. So it makes sense for him, but it's like, I don't know, you seem kind of evil to me. I just say that, you know, whatever hunch Stanley had, it was probably correct. Tatano had nearly forgotten. Nearly abandoned his inward promise to be a detective worthy of that final salute Kano had given him. He brought his gun back up to bear. Don't be absurd, Kana mocked. You can't shoot anyone. Actually, I can. The words creaked dryly from Tatano's throat. When there's something I'm supposed to protect, I can shoot. The memory of Kano weeping but taking aim had given him the resolve he needed to face down an opponent who ought to have had him terrified. Oh, I see. I learned that from someone. who is terrible at his job. Alright, Kano taking strays. Okay. Kanan's eyes went cold. Immediately, she lifted up her gun instead. Once more, their eyes locked, sparks of hostility crackling between them. But almost immediately, Tatsuno could sense the difference in skill between his opponent and himself. The young woman radiated a deadly aura. The force of her stare was like a knife pressed to his throat. She had borne witness to carnage and bloodshed, the likes of which he couldn't have imagined. He couldn't win this. She would kill him, guaranteed. Tatsuno braced himself for death, never taking his eyes off Kanan's. It's an anime, I know, he's sensing the power level. If nothing else, he needed to buy time for Kano to get that password. But could he do that, given the opponent he faced? Yes, somehow, he would do it. As a detective, as a man. Even if he had to give his own life to succeed. Even if it couldn't come close to making up for the sins he had committed. This feels like an end. Surely not. Where the frick is Stanley? What? What? Ooh. End of his story. Ooh. Okay. Okay, this time, for real, we're down to 2 protagonists. Oh my gosh, okay. Let me get a sip of water and... Okay, so I will say that I was still gunning on my original theory that after all of this, at the very end of the game, whenever that is, we're gonna end with Achi and then Kano being like the final protagonist that we check in with. That said, when I saw that Jack and Tatsuno were also protagonists, I was like, oh, okay, so maybe we'll also bring them into the conclusion and not just like this high point of the story. In that way, they did complete their character arcs. So it's not like, oh, they were only brought in as protagonists to be plot relevant. But if that's the case, if things are the way that they are with these stories, remember that joke that I made about Osawa's wife being a protagonist? I almost wonder why that didn't happen. You know what? Why not? Just throw it in there. I don't know. It's I don't see any other difference between that, so I don't know. It's just kind of like, oh, okay. It was mostly about utility. The utility of it all. And then secondly, you also got some backstory for Jack, which is nice. And Tatsuno completed his character arc, which is nice. So I'm not sure. Maybe I have to finish the game before I can form thoughts and opinions on it. But it's okay though. No cameo in the wife season. Yay! Okay. Let me see. What am I doing now? There's still a bad end. Where do I go? Where do I go then? We made the correct choice, right? Achi? I guess Achi. Yeah, there's nothing else to be done except Achi's story. So Kano hurried over. There, Mr. Popper. Take a look. Okay. I can skip through this. Anyway, when I was muted, accidentally muted, I was skipping through dialogue and I was saying the switch direct happened. The switch to direct had happened. And I was saying that it was a pretty good direct overall. However, well, some things about it were really, really hilarious and really funny. Um, Overall, it was a really good direct. I was signed up for the friggin' what is it? The My Nintendo notification. So that I can be notified when pre-orders go live. So hopefully I can get one, and we have access to Nintendo games. But if not, if I fail to acquire one, and the only means of getting one is like scalpers and stuff like that, then well, I guess we're just gonna be without Switch games for like a while, for a while, and it can't be helped. Ugh. Can I skip through this? No, I can't. I can't. If you also check eBay as well, there's a bunch of Switches. There's a bunch of like original Switches that are just everyone's trying to get rid of their original Switch, which is really really funny. So I guess that's also an option, but personally, I am required. I am required to. I'm like legally obligated to finally fucking get my GameCube, Nintendo Online GameCube edition. That's all I've literally wanted this whole entire time. So it's finally here. It's exclusive to the Switch 2. And I gotta admit, it's like, well, you got me. You got me. I guess you know the demographic you're appealing to. So I am required to get one anyway. Also, Kirby Air Ride is a thing. I can't believe it. I like screamed when I saw it. So Kirby's Air Ride is a thing. Sakurai is back working on Kirby. I I'm required to get the Switch 2 at this point. Not gonna lie, I'm not sure it's worth it even without the scalpers. I just hope I can play new Switch 2 games on my old Switch. I think it depends on the type of I think it depends on the type of games as well. There's gonna be like a lot of indie games I think that will be available for both like the original Switch and then the Switch 2. But I heard Air Ride is my favorite racing game of all time. Actually, I have Air Ride on my very special, very legal GameCube. It is there, and I was like, I'm gonna stream this one day, and then Air Ride 2 got announced, and I was like, oh, okay, well, I guess I'm gonna stream that too. So, man, Air Ride is such an amazing game. This is new. This is very, very new. Achi scanned the nearby area. There were too many people around the scramble. Hitomi was there, Susumu was there, several more of his old pals, along with a bunch of innocent bystanders. I guess just to sort of wrap up this discussion before I continue further. Yes, so there's a lot of talk online about the pricing, the pricing of the Switch 2. I think the pricing for the Switch 2 itself is expected. It's about what I expected, like the $450. So I'm not surprised about that per se. There are some games, it seems like first-party games are going up to like $80 to $90 is what was being said, which I'm not surprised about either per se, but I guess I'm just surprised that Nintendo decided to do this now. So it's been a thing that's been a long time coming, I guess, with inflation and everything else. Is like games are not, technically speaking, games are not keeping up with the demands of everything else. So somebody was going to do it. It was going to be Sony. It was going to be Xbox, Microsoft. It was going to be Nintendo. Somebody's going to do it, and and everyone was going to get angry. I'm just really shocked they decided to do that with the Switch 2. It's like, by the way, you now have $80 to $90 games. It's just like, okay, well, that's awkward. That's really awkward for kids, for kids and people who are really looking forward to like, I don't know, like, 10-year-olds who are really looking forward to Mario Kart and stuff like that. It's like, man. The people are the lifeblood, Achi reminded himself. The blood that coursed through the body, that was the city. Like cells, they brought life to the city he so loved. And Achi wanted to be one of the red, or was it white, blood cells of Shibuya. Amazing callback. I like that line. Achi! Kano called out. Leave that thing and get out of here! No way. Achi sat down, cradling the case in his arms. Achi, what the hell are you doing? I'm not going anywhere until everyone's made it to safety. Detective, you need to get these people someplace safe right away. Clear the area first, then I'll go. But there's no way I can do that. Damn it. Don't you want to save these people? Achi snapped. Kano bit his lower lip. Aw, that's so sweet. Hitomi wrapped her arms around Achi from behind. Achi, don't do this. Hitomi, you need to get out of here too. Why? Why are you acting so crazy? Tears blurred her words, and he could feel her trembling against him. It doesn't matter. Just get as far away from here as you can. No, I'm not leaving you. After the day they'd spent together, Achi knew full well that Hitomi was, when Hitomi was telling something once was enough to get her to listen. There we go. I got through the sentence, I guess. That stubbornness was one of the many things that had made her so amazing in his eyes. Hitomi. Achi clasped one of her hands tightly. Please, this is the one favor I will ever ask of you. His voice came out oddly soft and gentle. All right, she told him. But let me just say this one thing first. There are still so many things I want to talk to you about. So many more that I want to know about you. So much more that I want to know about you. So please, Achi, don't you die on me. Hey, don't worry. Once everyone's made it to safety, I'll clear out of here right away. Hitomi squeezed his hand, then got up and silently hurried away. Susumu, you and SOS, start getting these people out of the area. Yeah, alright. Susumu turned away and spurred the gang into motion. Then, for an instant, Achi's eyes met Kano's. Achi gave him a tiny nod and looked down at the timer. Well, there, it's counting down. Alright. Everyone get back, there's a bomb. I mostly read through this. Everyone get out of here, just run, there's a bomb, everyone run, get out, please. But the crowd didn't heed their warnings, yeah. Hachi, that's enough! Leave the bomb and let's go! He could hear Susumu and Hitomi shouting as well. There's no time left, man. Hachi, come on! 56. The way Palmer talked about this bomb, it sounded like a pretty dangerous one. It might be powerful enough to blow up the entire intersection. I'm shocked that Minorikawa's route is done, because this feels like the perfect time for Minorikawa to come strolling in and be like, oh, by the way, your dad told me something interesting about the theater troupe and whatever ice machine that they had. And then Kano would overhear that and be like, oh my gosh, we could use this thing to do the thing that must be done. It might be powerful enough to blow up the entire intersection. And there were still so many people nearby. There was no chance they'd be able to get to safety in the few dozen seconds that remained. Achi needed to minimize the force of the blast as much as possible. He cradled the bomb more tightly to his chest, huddling over it. He's just gonna run in with the dry ice already. Trips in, dumps it all over the bomb. He's like, yeah, you know what? It's him and Chiaki. So, Minorikawa moment. Oh, we have a jump? We have a jump. We don't have a jump. What are you talking about? How do we have a jump? What are you doing? Come with us, hurry! Screams Kano. I don't know how powerful this bomb is, but please, God, let my body be enough to protect the people of Shibuya. And to protect Hitomi. Achi squeezed his eyes tightly shut. I'm sorry, Suzune. Looks like I won't be able to keep visiting you in the hospital anymore. You'll forgive me though, right? I stuck it through to the end, just like you told me to. I didn't call it quits partway through. And so whatever you do, you can't let that disease beat you. Don't you dare let it beat you. Achi drew a deep breath as he finished in his solitary little prayer. He couldn't have more than a few seconds left to go. Okay, let go of the case now. It's gonna be Kano. Yeah. The hell are you doing, man? You need to run. I can't move. Yeah. These are all things that I read as well. So how does that work? Why is there a jump to Kano? A sharp pain... Surely I've made the wrong choice somewhere. Achi didn't have the luxury of thinking anymore. He just had to move his feet. Hitomi cried out from across the scramble. And there we go. Time for things to... time for things to blow up. Oh, man. Not every jump is necessary. Yeah. It's just like, I wish that I knew what was going on and why things are not the way that they are. As the explosion tore through him, he was glad that her voice was the last thing in the world he'd ever hear. And that was Achi's final thought. Okay. Well, that seems like a bad end. The bomb explodes. It sure does. Okay. Where's the bomb? Here? What was that choice? Where's the bomb? Kano. Where to handle the bomb? Yeah. Yeah. Oh, we know that. Where would this jump lead me to? Just curious. $19.15 as well. Okay. So it would just go over here. There's a choice here. Where's the choice? What is the choice? Decision-making time. He couldn't just rush in without a plan. Oh, okay. I forgot about this choice. Let's try this one then. He couldn't just rush in without a plan. A detective needed both a cool mind and a fiery spirit. And the more heated the situation was, the more he needed to stay cool. He could feel the muscles of his legs begin to stiffen. He did his best to slow his racing heartbeat as his mind sought desperately for a way out of this situation. But his eyes remained fixed on Achi, holding that bomb in his arms. Knowing that it could explode at any moment made it almost impossible to think. The harder he tried to calm himself, the more his panic grew. He cursed himself for not leaping into action immediately. He should have acted before thinking. That was the only thing he was good at. And still, he stood frozen, staring at Achi. Then, he felt the hairs rise up on the back of his neck. Oh, there we go. White smoke was pouring from a minivan approaching. Yay! It stopped? The vehicle teetered it to a stop along the shoulder of the road. Still the smoke spilled out, roiling from a partly open window. Kano could feel a strange chill in the air. Is that... Oh, is that Daisuke? Did he get the van back? Instinctively, he rushed towards it. Yay! Yay! Peering through the minivan's windows, he saw a clinky box-shaped device in the back. It was rumbling fiercely, spitting out an unending mound of white clumps. A dry ice machine. "Hey!" Kano yelled, banging hard on the door. "Open up!" Ain't no way! The theater troupe coming in clutch. By freezing a bomb that used an electronic activation trigger, it was possible to kill the battery cell and deactivate the detonator. The explosive ordnance unit used liquid nitrogen, but maybe dry ice could work as well. Nitrogen that had been cooled to a liquid state with a temperature below 195.8 degrees Celsius. It can be poured onto explosives to stop the function of components such as battery cell for the detonator. However, in situations where the surrounding area can be safely secured, it is preferable to destroy the explosive via detonator rather than simply arrest its function. That makes sense. That's fair. Maybe dry ice would work. Carbon dioxide in its solid state, because it evaporates at negative 79 degrees Celsius at standard atmospheric pressure, it must be kept refrigerated or rapidly dissipate into mist, thus used in smoke and fog machines. The odds of dry ice being used to stop the detonator of a bomb are quite low. Battery cells do lose electromotive force in sub-zero environment, but there's no guarantee that this would actually work. It's better than nothing. There were 3 men inside the vehicle. Kano shouted at the one in the driver's seat. "I need to borrow that machine." The man replied in a lethargic drawl. "Oh, wait, man, we haven't even paid this thing off yet." There was no time to explain or negotiate. Kano was just going to have to take it by force. Oh my gosh, he's there! Speaking of, I can't believe it. Hold it right there. Another man appeared suddenly in front of the vehicle, the pushy fellow Kano had run into at the scene of the explosion. "You guys are with the Wandering Angels theater troupe, yeah?" he said to the van's occupants. Episode 6, the finale. Amazing. The minivan carrying Tozuka, Bando, and Amo veered wildly through the streets of Shibuya, leaving a trail of white smoke in its wake. The trio, now definitely impaired with oxygen deprivation, came close to causing several accidents. Teetering on the brink of consciousness, they were still trying to reach Endo Electronics when they ran into Kano and his companions instead. After Kano takes the machine off their hands, the three will happily head back to the theater, clean up, crack open some beers, and look back over one long, crazy day. Finished. Yay! He pointed at the dry ice machine. "That thing's effective. The guy from the electronics store said he'd refund your deposit." "Huh? For real?" "Yeah, he told me to tell you that the machine has been recalled. We'll bring it back for you, so hurry up and open the door." Yeah, okay." The newcomer helped the 3 men unload the dry ice machine from the minivan, then turned to Kano. "Wouldn't it be better to put the bomb inside the minivan? Inside the dry ice machine, inside the minivan, and then drive the van as far away as you can, I guess." You're still fricked up, man. Like, he's still messed up. He still has blood all over his face. It's like, when are you gonna get a bath? "Here, hurry up and take it," he shouted. "Right, thanks." Kano wasn't sure what was going on, but he took the machine and ran, pushing it ahead of him across the pavement. Maybe Daisuke? Maybe Daisuke made a call and said, like, "Hey, you owe me a favor for your interview. Please do this for me." Achi! Achi! Hitomi wailed, tears in her eyes. Maybe the game doesn't want to explode any more cars. They're like, it's too much CG. We can't do it. "Please let me make it in time. Please let me make it in time. Please let me make it in time." Kano let out a wild yell. He ran as fast as he could, as his legs would take him toward Achi and the bomb. We don't have a keep out right now. I guess just continue? To be continue, huh? Ooh, ah, ooh, ooh. Okay, I haven't seen that in a very long time. Okay. Okay, so we now only have one thing to do. He cradled the bomb more tightly. What are you doing? I don't know. Yes, please let my body be enough to protect the people of Shibuya. And to protect Hitomi. Okay. I'm sorry, Suzune. Okay, I also read this as well. Okay. So, how does that work? I thought this... I guess this time block... I guess we're not gonna really... I guess there is one more time block after this. This ends at like 8 p.m., but I guess it was 8 to 9, maybe? He was glad that her voice was the last thing in this world he'd ever hear. Or so he thought. The theme! I love this theme. Hachi, bring the bomb over here! That wasn't Hitomi's voice. Hachi opened his eyes and saw Kano racing toward him, pushing some big weird piece of machinery. The detective flipped open the machine's cover to reveal a huge mound of dry ice. Stick it in here! Flash freezing the timer ought to stop it. Hachi did as he was told, shoving the attaché case into the dry ice. Kano helped him pile more dry ice on top of it. Aren't you not supposed to... Wait. Am I thinking about something else? Are you not supposed to touch dry ice directly? Aren't you not supposed to do that? How do we... well, you know what? Whatever works. Wrong last voice. He can't die happy now. He's like, what the hell, Kano? Let's hope that's enough, Kano exclaimed. Yeah, it's bad? Okay. Just making sure. Whatever. Whatever. He looked like a man desperate for a miracle. They could see the timer display through a gap in the frozen hydrogen, still counting down. Was this not going to work? Hachi and Kano held their breaths. Uh-oh. Surely this is not a to be continue. Oh my god. Well, well, time for the next time block, I guess. Yeah? Yeah? What the fuck? What the epilogue? Never mind. We're not gonna end with Kano. Who cares about Kano? Oh shit. What the hell? Okay. Epilogue. Kanon's friend. Maria! Are we ever gonna check back in with Boss, by the way? That's what I'm interested in. That is true, but it's not as bad as liquid nitrogen. I assume so, yeah, but... I feel like we need to go to the hospital maybe or something. I don't know. She felt a hand firmly clutching her own as she hazily returned to consciousness. This hand. Whose is it? Is it Osawa? My father's? Maria's eyelids slowly drifted open. Maria, you're all right now. Her father was indeed beside her, holding her hand. A surprising warmth radiated from his slender, bony palm. Dad? She was lying on a sofa. She craned her neck to look around, still trying to process what was going on. There were several monitors set up around the room. Where are we? At my laboratory. You were infected with a virus. But I've given you the antiviral. You don't have anything to worry about. He squeezed Maria's hand even more tightly. That hurts. Right. Sorry. Osawa eased up the pressure on his daughter's hand, but he didn't let go entirely. This feels so strange, Maria muttered, staring up at the ceiling. What is the 428? We're in the epilogue now. What is the 4? Is it really gonna? And then Kano looks up. The 428 was the friends we made along the friggin' way. This feels so strange, Maria muttered, staring up at the ceiling. I wonder why. What does? Having you hold my hand. I used to hold your hand like this when we go on walks together, when you were little. I doubt you remember that, though. Oh, shit. Oh, shit. Alright, I'm back. Okay. Alright. Please. Xfinity doesn't want Shibuya to end. No. It has to end. It has to end. God damn it. I'm a little bummed by that. Well, I'm hoping that the new place that I moved to, I'm gonna get fiber optics internet is my hope at the very least, so that I can get like 1 gigabyte upload speed or like 1 gigabyte download speed or something like that, something crazy like that, you know. So hopefully it will also be stable. But for right now, we're just gonna have to deal with it. Sorry about that. Sorry about it. Let me tap into the game. Maria considered. It was true. She didn't have any clear memory of her father holding her hand like this. And yet the touch of her father's palm felt distinctly familiar. Gently, she squeezed back. It's been a while, hasn't it? She said. I mean, me looking you in the eye while I'm talking to you. That's because I didn't look you in the eye. You need to be able to download the entire internet in order to stream your visual novel text game full of pictures and words, and that's it. There's no gameplay. Oh man. I'm so sorry, he said. Please, forgive me. I never meant to hurt you like I did. Wait, hold on. Maria was taken aback. I don't know what you're talking about. What do you mean, hurt me? Back on that rainy day. Osawa told Maria about the day she'd run away from home. About how he'd known where she had gone, but hadn't gone to find her. About how he'd given in to his anger and struck her once when she came back home. When he'd finished, he hung his head once more. I'm so sorry. I've been such a terrible father. Maria cracked an impish smile. Oh yeah, I guess that did happen. Osawa frowned. You know, she said, I'd totally forgotten about that. Until you mentioned it just now, I mean. No, I can't believe that. Osawa replied. The way I hurt you, He sounded so disappointed in himself. Dad, it's not like I can let myself dwell on each and every detail of my childhood. I mean, in the 19 or so years I've been alive, I'd been hurt in lots of different ways. Did they say specifically that they were 19? This is my first time that I'm hearing about it. Yeah, they said they were college students. We know that they go to college because they won the competition. Okay. A child experienced so much more than what her parents knew. That was what growing up was all about. It was a happy thing, but also a little bit sad. Osawa was visibly grappling with his feelings. I see, he said. I guess you have gone through much pain. Well, yeah, but there have been more things that were funny and happy. I see. It's the sum of all those things that made me who I am today. So please, don't worry so much about the past. I see. Dad? You keep saying I see. Stop it. Sorry. It's just... this is all so difficult to understand. Osawa was trying and failing to hold back his tears. Maria wasn't quite sure what those tears were for, but she felt a prickle of embarrassment. I guess Maria doesn't really know that she's infected with the Ua virus. Yeah? Yeah. Wait, is Maria infected with the Ua virus? Yeah, Hitomi has the antiviral. Yes. Okay, I remember. Shyly, she looked away, and her eyes alighted on one of the monitors. The screen showed a view from outside the lab. Who are those people? Who the hell is that? It's like, that's your friend, Kanan. No, it's not. She asked, pointing. Osawa looked, and his eyes widened in shock. 3 people with guns were facing off with one another. Maria recognized one of them, Tatano, the man with the cane. Why are those 2 people pointing a gun at... Why are those 2 people pointing a gun at your friend? Osawa's voice was shaking. My friend? What do you mean? The one you met when we went to the Middle East. You know, Kanan. Osawa switched the monitor to show a different camera angle. A close-up of the young woman's face appeared on the screen. Maria was at a loss for words. That certainly wasn't Kanan. It was the girl who'd come to tell Maria that Hitomi was going to be kidnapped. Kanan's friend. Okay. Okay. Oh, I see. I thought you heard it directly from Kanan herself. It happened 3 days earlier. While Maria was on her way home from campus, a girl approached her, telling her that she was a friend of Kanan. Kanan asked me to pass along a message, she said, then showed Maria a video recording. The video quality was quite poor and the voice indistinct. There's a terrorist who's after the antiviral agent your father is developing. Maria listened in shock as the message continued. Blah, blah, blah. The terrorist plan was already in motion, and Hitomi had been infected with a killer virus. Oh, so... wait, no, well... yes, yeah. Well, no, she was. She got infected with the virus, and then she got the antiviral, and then you were just infected with the virus. Okay. Your father used the antiviral to save Hitomi, but the terrorist planned on that. I'll spare you the details, but there is a way to extract the antiviral from Hitomi's blood. Stealing the drug from the laboratory directly is too problematic. The terrorist intends to get it directly from your sister. How did you get this? Wait, is it actually her, or is it just you wearing a wig? Hitomi is certain to be kidnapped sometime in the next few days. And so I have something to ask you. I'd like you to get kidnapped in her place. Since you're twins, it should be possible for you to trade places without the kidnappers realizing it. I gave the girl who's passing along this message a necklace outfitted with a small GPS beacon. Make sure you wear the necklace. Oh, okay, so she just also got duped, I guess, by Alphard. Switch it on and it'll allow me to keep tabs on your location. I promise I'll come and rescue you. Please, help me. This is the only way we can keep the antiviral and Hitomi safe. The video ended, and the girl handed Maria a necklace with an ornate pendant and showed her the hidden switch on the back. Kanan's coming to Japan? Maria asked. She's already here. She's ready to risk her life for this mission. Risk her life? Maria started uneasily. So, this terrorist who's after the antiviral drug... is it Alphard? The girl looked shocked. You know about Alphard. Kanan told me that taking down Alphard is her purpose in life. But, but, but Alphard has ties to the CIA, so it's hard for Kanan to get any good leads. That's true. Which reminds me, you should have this. Okay, so now we get the picture. Finally. Huh. Is that gonna be... Oh, that's gonna be relevant here at the epilogue at the very end? Is the fact that she gave this picture? The girl held out a photograph. This man is dangerous. Stay away from him. He's an ally of Alphard. Maria did her best to burn the man's image into her mind. Man, if Alphard gets away just by planting a bunch of different seeds in different places and just being like, okay, well, one of them worked, yaha, and man. All right, the girl said. I've passed along everything Kanan wanted me to tell you. What you do next is up to you. So wait, what the heck has been going on while I've been asleep? Osawa recoiled from the ferocity on his daughter's face. That Kanan girl thought of a way to save you. He went on to explain the plan to get the antiviral out of the lockdown laboratory. Just as planned. One of 36 plans. It's like, if you have 36 plans, one of them is bound to work. So yeah, I guess. Plan number 428. Shibuya Scramble. It worked. I don't know. Once again, Maria stared at the monitor. As she eyed Kanan's friend, another memory from before she'd blacked out drifted to the surface. Okay, you remember that she's bad. Okay, that's good. That's good. Even your backups need backups, and the backups also have to have backups of backups for the backups. And don't forget the backups. Suddenly, it dawned on Maria what this girl was planning. She pretended to be Kanan in order to get into the lab, she said, scowling at the image on the monitor. Osawa looked at the screen and then his daughter's face. Well, then who in the world is she? Maria already had the answer. There was no doubt about it. That girl was Alphard. Okay, Maria, you're very, very smart. You are very, very smart. You could have solved the whole plot, honestly. The instant she realized this, she knew why they were in danger. If Alphard managed to infiltrate the lab, there was no way she'd be satisfied with simply getting her hands on the antiviral. She sowed ruin everywhere she went. Is something wrong? Osawa asked uneasily. Maria, what is it? Maria's mind was racing. She spoke her thoughts out loud. She's going to kill you so the drug can't be recreated. No, that's not thorough enough. She's going to destroy this whole facility. But how? Vague possibilities tumbled through her mind, but she couldn't be sure of what the terrorist might be planning. She gritted her teeth in frustration. Don't worry, Osawa said. I don't know who that girl is, but right now she's outside the lab. Oh right, there's a bomb in here. I forgot about that. I forgot about that. That makes a lot of sense, too. Okay, well, Kano, please bring the dry ice machine over here. Over here as well. There's a reason the plot had to take her out of the picture for the entire game, basically. First, she was Tama going on goofy adventures, and then she was Maria for like 5 minutes before she dropped down and was like, oh no, the plot illness, no. Yeah, I know. Maria gave a tiny nod, but something gnawed at the back of her mind. Oh, make sure you wear the necklace. You better get rid of it. Oh. After we spent so much time working our way up to get the money to buy this necklace, we learned that the necklace is actually awful. Hurriedly, Maria took hold of the pendant that hung around her neck. As soon as she did, she felt a chill run up her spine. She went back over the details of Alphard's plan as her father had explained it. And then finally she understood. I've got it. Osawa straightened up. You've got what? I need to get out there where those three are. Don't be absurd. I have to go. Osawa peered closely at his daughter's face. Words weren't going to stop her, and as he realized that, his own face stiffened with determination. All right, but I'm going with you. I can't let you rush into danger all by yourself. Thank you, Dad. Maria tried to get up from the sofa, but she was struck by a wave of vertigo and her knees buckled. Are you all right? Osawa caught her by the arm. This is probably a side effect of the antiviral. You shouldn't push yourself too much. Maria looked up at her father's anxious face and shook her head. Don't worry, I'll be okay. Her body was weak with lethargy, her mind trapped in a disorienting haze. Every step was a monumental effort. But she clenched her jaw and forced herself onward, making her way down the laboratory hallway. A whirlwind of anger and sadness spurred her onward. Alphard was masquerading as Kanan. The cruel truth was all too clear. The terrorist would never have been able to get away with the deception if Kanan were still alive. Oh, yeah, so Kanan is dead. Hopefully not. I mean, there's a chance she's still alive and that she also just kind of got duped herself. Which means that Kanan must be... Maria fought to hold back her tears. It was too early to cry just yet. That could wait until after she'd put a stop to Alphard's plan. Alright, okay, I think we're back. This time, for sure. Even if it kills me, I am going to finish this game. I'm doing it. I don't care. I'm doing it. Alright. Let me tab into the game. Using her rage to suppress her sorrow, she shoved open the door in front of her. That isn't Kanan. Maria's voice exploded into the silence of the standoff. I doubt we're getting a better testimony than that, Stanley said, his gun still at the ready. There's no talking your way out of things this time. The expression on Alphard's face didn't change. She stood still, a mannequin without a soul. What did you do to Kanan? Maria demanded, marching unsteadily toward the terrorist. Maria, stay back, Osawa exclaimed. She ignored him. Hey, don't get any closer, Tatano barked. He looked exhausted, on the verge of collapse. Yeah, it's been a long stream. I get you there. Answer me. Answer me, Maria cried, still advancing. What happened to Kanan? But still, Alphard said nothing. Stanley, too, began edging towards her. It doesn't matter what you ask, he said. She won't tell you anything. Bit by bit, he inched closer. He was going to try and take her down. Let me turn the question around, Alphard said abruptly. What do you think? Maria paused, confused. What do I think about what? What do you think happened to Kanan? The corners of her lips twisted up, shaping into a mirthless smile. You killed her, didn't you? Maria's words came out as a whisper. What was that? Oh, what was that? I couldn't quite hear you. You killed Kanan, didn't you? This time, Maria cried out with a biting fury. Alphard snickered. She's provoking me, Maria thought, forcing herself to swallow her rage. She couldn't let herself get caught up in Alphard's game, or her anger would spill out of control. Kanan. I hope not. I hope she's still alive. I'm thinking that she might not be. Why are you laughing? By force of will, Maria made her voice firm and steady. Because I'm guessing you weren't expecting me to show up here. Alphard raised an eyebrow ever so slightly. This thing here, it's a bomb, isn't it? Maria held out the necklace. What? Stanley furrowed his brow. Of course. And if we managed to catch you here, you'd still be able to destroy the lab. Still, the smile remained on Alphard's face. She seemed to enjoy watching the others figure out her intentions. But you can't trigger the bomb without me standing this close to you, can you? Ah. Oh, okay. Dang, Maria, you're very, very smart. That makes sense. Maria locked eyes with Alphard. Unless you're prepared to sacrifice yourself? She stood like an image of bravery, while on the inside her apprehension threatened to tear her apart. She could feel her heart thudding so furiously that she thought it might explode. Cold sweat trickled down her spine. Only her rage at Kanan's murder kept her from backing down. Maria, the true protagonist. Really, this is I mean, we're starting off this epilogue of everybody's stories with her, and it's pretty good. Go ahead and blow yourself up if that's what you want, she said. But you'll die with nothing. Your death will mean nothing. But not mine. My death will avenge Kanan's. Silence fell outside the laboratory gates. Stanley and Tatano stood frozen, their guns still trained on Alphard. Both men were ready to pull the trigger at the slightest provocation. Just how had they been there, staring one another down? How long had they been there, even? I'm getting a little bit tired. The passage of time seemed to slow, seconds drawn into hours. Osawa swallowed audibly. Finally, Alphard tossed her gun onto the pavement and held both hands up in surrender. Stanley wasted no time, springing forward to secure her. He gave her a thorough pat-down from behind. He removed a small device that looked like a detonator from one of her pockets. Okay, so don't... If the detonator gets too far away from her own person, then it will set off as well. I don't know. On your knees. Alphard did as she was told. Good. DOP. PTSD moment. Yeah, exactly. Good. Now hands behind your head. Try anything funny and I will shoot. Without a word, Alphard placed her hands on the back of her head, fingers laced together. What are you playing at? Stanley growled disdainfully. Finally realized you can only push your luck so far? She responded with a faint snicker. It's not my policy to resist when things are hopeless. Her tone was detached, her intentions unreadable. Good. That'll make this easy. Stanley kept the barrel of his gun pointed at Alphard's head. This is for my brother. The words hung in his throat, unspoken. A surge of emotion coursed through him. Alright, so now we hopped from Maria to Stanley here. Just a tiny bit more pressure from his index finger, and he could put a bullet right through Alphard's head. His long journey would finally reach its conclusion. But although he had wished for the moment more than anything, his finger did not move. If he pulled the trigger now, would that truly be the end? His mind reeled at the implications. Tatano watched Stanley closely, eventually letting out a tiny sigh of relief. They were in this together after all. Now they just needed to be careful not to let their guard down. He kept one eye on Alphard as he went to pick up the gun she discarded. But he was too late. The gun was gone. What do you mean the gun was gone? Oh shit! Oh no! Oh no! No 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 no! No. Hold on, Maria. Hold on, Maria. We don't want to do that. We don't want to do that per se. This is for Kanan. Maria had lunged forward, snatching up the gun. Maria, no! Osawa cried. What are you thinking? She ignored her father, taking aim at Alphard's forehead. Kanan's dead. And you're gonna pay. The smoldering rage she'd fought to hold back blazed with renewed fury. Maria, Stanley said calmly. Put down the gun. He had nothing but words to stop her. Oh shit. It was like, oh, I wasn't expecting this. Hold on. There was no telling what Alphard might do if he took his gun off her. What will this accomplish? He asked, keeping his tone as level as possible. Maria's face remained awash with anger. Maria, her father pleaded. Please don't do this. Tatano took a step forward. Go on, hand me the gun, he said. Stay back! Maria's arm trembled as she aimed the gun. Everyone stood frozen, not even daring to breathe. The slightest wrong move might bring disaster. The silence roared. I don't care, Alphard sneered. If you want to shoot, then shoot. You do want revenge for Kanan, don't you? Yes, I do. So is it like when her heart rate reaches 0, it sets off the other bomb? And I don't know. Maria tightened her grip on the gun. Memories of her friend drifted through her mind. To Maria, born into peace, meeting Kanan had been like touching a world beyond her own, a far more complicated world. Kanan had blood on her hands from the time she was a little girl. A walking wait, we're getting the Kanan backstory? Okay, Kanan is a protagonist. A walking contradiction of cruelty and childishness. And yet, she had lived her life according to her own unshakable beliefs. Meeting her had made Maria think hard about her own identity. What did it mean to be Japanese? No, that wasn't the question. What did it mean to be Maria Osawa? That was the crux of it all. They had been able to find common ground despite differing ideals because both possessed an unshakable sense of self. The tense equilibrium came crashing down as Maria let out a shout. This is for Kanan! Oh, she pulled the trigger, but her shot went wide, shattering the window of a nearby car. The sudden gunshot caught Stanley off guard. Alphard didn't miss her opening. Uh-oh. She rolled swiftly across the pavement, drawing a small pistol she'd hidden in an ankle holster. Maria hastily tried to aim for a second shot. Oh gosh. No! What's up? No! No. You're gonna be in the hospital, right? You're fine. You're fine. We know that you're fine. Dad? Osawa collapsed at Maria's feet. Dad! Her father went limp. It's like Sasayama, you know? Yeah? Stanley dived at Alphard. He grabbed hold of her right wrist, the one clutching the gun, and slammed her head down hard against the pavement. She made no attempt to resist. In a moment, he had subdued her. Maria, you're not hurt, are you? Of course she had a second gun. I know. It's like, why? No. Surely we probably noticed. Failed pat down. True. It was like, what was the point of the pat down then? Stanley, what are you doing? Gosh darn it. Osawa croaked feebly as his daughter gathered him up in her arms. No one ever checks the ankles. I'm fine, but Dad, you're... Blood was gushing through Osawa's shirt. Maria pressed her hands against the wound, but the bleeding wouldn't stop. Look, just hurry. Get here as fast as you can. Tatano was on his cell phone calling for an ambulance. I know there's a traffic jam. Just figure something out. Please. His voice was ragged with desperation. Dad, hang in there. Large tears streamed from Maria's eyes. So this is what it's like. Osawa lay with his head in his daughter's lap, struggling to rasp out his words. My body just reacted before I had any time to think. I finally understand what a virus must feel like. His eyes were hollow. I never told you when he told me, did I? About what started my fascination with virus research. Dad, try not to talk right now. Maria squeezed her father's hand. Almost imperceptibly, he squeezed back. Probably isn't a very interesting story, he said. I like for you both to hear it anyway. I know, and we will. After this, I promise we will. Maria's words brought a contented smile to Osawa's face. I'm glad. So glad. It's all right. Just don't talk right now. This time, at least, I was there for you. Osawa slowly shut his eyes. Dad? Maria said, but her father didn't answer. Dad, don't die. You can't die. What started your fascination with... sorry, I'm coping mega hard right now. I'm having a moment, okay? You don't understand. You don't understand. Okay. What started your fascination with viruses is that you actually found out from a young age you have Bombay blood. And then that Bombay blood started your fascination with viruses, and then Achi will get to save his sister, I guess, or whatever. But at what cost? At what cost? The sound of ambulance sirens wailed in the distant. Maria clutched her father's hand, trying to make her grip firm and reassuring, just as his had been for her back inside the laboratory. Please, don't die. She repeated the words inwardly over and over and over. You said this was an epilogue? This is a very happy epilogue. Who the frig are you people? What the... Who are you people? A black car of foreign make arrived at a laboratory and pulled up to the curb. Stanley's superior, Gordon, emerged from the back. I can't believe Gordon has a face. A few of his men followed, promptly placed Alphard in handcuffs. So, maybe we did actually catch Alphard then, in that case, I guess. Unless this is a decoy of Alphard, again. Gordon said. Stanley gave him a slight nod. Understood, sir. Gordon shoved Alphard into the back seat and slid in alongside her, and the car drove off. You could have just given us a ride. Somebody's out here dying. What the... Why would you... Plan 26 out of 35. Who is that just now? Tatano asked Stanley. My boss. Sorry, but we'll be taking Alphard into custody. You will, huh? Tatano frowned, but decided not to press the point. The ambulance arrived at last, and Osawa was loaded inside. Maria remained at his side, still weeping, still softly calling out to him. He could sense her there, though her voice sounded awfully far away. Okay, he's still alive. He's still alive. There's a chance. There's a chance. Is this the end, then? He was vaguely aware that he was dying, but he was not afraid. At the far end of a hazy tunnel, he could still see Maria. My, she had grown. She had grown so very much. If he were an organism that had multiplied by dividing itself, he would die knowing that he had left his best selves behind. It's a cheesy line, but also very sweet and heartwarming. Please don't die. Please don't die, Osawa. He had only one wish now. That Maria and Hitomi would go on to lead happy lives. Can I just ask, why is Stanley wearing shades in the middle? Because it adds to the vibe, you know? It makes him super cool. It adds like 10 points in coolness. His vision was growing steadily more dim. Tiny motes of light flickered and wavered faintly before his eyes. It looked a lot like the very first time he had ever peered through a microscope. And that was enough for him. Unexpectedly, Maria's cell phone rang in Stanley's pocket. He'd meant to give it back to her, but the ambulance had already departed. The phone continued to ring for some time, but eventually fell into a death-like silence. Maybe that's why he missed all his shots in that one bad end when he died. Well, this has been fun. Not enough cool points to save Dad, though. 12:02 a.m. Wait, no. 2 minutes? Oh, shit. 2 seconds. Okay, back to here. Two seconds left on the bomb. I'm getting so used to, like, reading time in friggin' Never 7. So I thought it was time. Achi held his breath. He could no longer feel the seconds ticking by. The numbers on the display were changing more and more slowly, but he still watched in fear. It was impossible not to fixate on the countdown. 2 seconds. Two. Achi and Kano continued to stare at the timer. It had stopped. The timer had actually stopped. We did it! Achi dropped to his knees with a cry of triumph. The rest of Shibuya Scramble burst into cheers. You guys didn't care. You should have gotten out of here. You are one reckless guy, you know that? Kano held out his hand. Achi grinned up at him. That makes the two of us. Dang it, I should stop typing while walking. You should not be walking and typing. No, that's dangerous. The two firmly clasped hands. Their handshakes conveying more than what any words could have. Achi. Oh, Achi, that's me. Oh, I forgot about me. Susumu came rushing over. You did it, man. I knew you could do it. The two bumped fists. Ha, it weren't just me, Achi said. Could have never done it without you guys' help. Susumu smiled bashfully. Hey, Susumu, take care of SOS for me. You got it. Susumu looked at him squarely in the eye. Achi gave him a little nod, and the two solemnly bumped fists again. Oh my gosh, Chiaki! Katayama, he's just a guy, he's just a dude, and he's just annoyed. That was his whole thing. I can't believe it. What the hell? No, you're the real Alphard. I don't know. Kanan, the Alphard we just had a face off with was a fake, and you're the real Kanan Alphard. I don't know. I'm losing my mind. I was about to say good for you. You told me your boyfriend didn't blow up until I realized it was just Susumu. You can still say the same thing, I guess. I don't know. It still works. It might still apply. Yeah, it kind of does. Suddenly there was a blinding flash. Achi spun around to see Chiaki standing there, beaming happily, her digital camera ready for another shot. Did you ever meet Chiaki? Hey everyone, gather up! Minorikawa called out to Achi and his pals. You guys are the heroes of Shibuya. Photo time, everyone, Chiaki said. Get ready. The young men struck a pose together. Wait, her too. Minorikawa ushered Hitomi over to stand with Achi. Hitomi. Achi stared at her shyly. It was all thanks to Hitomi that he'd been able to do what he had done. Keeping Shibuya safe, keeping his promise to Suzune. Hitomi had been his inspiration for it all. There were so many things he wanted to say, but he couldn't get the right words out. 10 out of 10 English. Ah, man. Hachi, I... Hitomi's cheeks were damp with tears. Hey now, little lady, Minorikawa called. No crying now. Come on, show us a smile. He struck a goofy pose beside Chiaki. At last, the smile returned to Hitomi's face. It really is the best. Oh, it really is the best. Hitomi looked up at Achi in confusion. Oh, your smile, he said. It's the best. I don't care what anyone else says. He spoke so earnestly that Hitomi couldn't help but smile even more. Okay, here we go, people. Why is he just in the background lurking of every shot? Ooh, I don't understand. No, he has to be evil. He has to be. You don't understand. Wait until she realizes her father got shot and it's all her sister's fault. True. I can't believe this is canon. There's no choices here. It's just okay. Okay, here we go, people. Get your best faces on. At Minorikawa's signal, everyone let out a joyous victory cry. Yay! Aww. Aww, that's cute. Come on, guys, Susumu shouted. Let's lift Achi up where everyone can see him. The members of SOS let out another roar. Huh? No, you don't gotta do that, guys. Hey, cut it out! But Achi had already been swallowed up by the enthusiastic throng. Heave-ho! 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 Good for you. There in the middle of the scramble. Oh, your girlfriend! She's also Alphard, I don't know. I don't know, everyone's a decoy until Alphard actually shows up. There in the middle of the scramble, Achi was being hailed as a hero. Kano looked on with a satisfied smile. What they had achieved together was nothing less than a miracle. It had taken a lot of luck and more than a few coincidences, but for them to stop the bomb. Coincidences? Kano muttered to himself. No, that wasn't right. This was something different altogether. Fate. That's what it was. And not just one person's fate. The destinies of several people had collided, gathering momentum until coincidence became inevitability and Shibuya was saved. A raucous crowd tossed Achi high into the air again and again. As a plainclothes detective, Kano would probably never be showered with adulation quite like that. Well, that was alright. A detective's duty was to ensure the safety of the people. He didn't put his life on the line so that he could be a hero. Just seeing those smiles, that was good enough for him. Kano only needed the approval of one person, and that was Rumi. Oh, I was about to say, it's like, I needed the approval of one person, and that was Rumi's father, because I want to marry her. Rumi, I hope she managed to get out of Shibuya okay. Suddenly worried, Kano pulled out his cell phone. There was a whole bunch of things he wanted to tell her. He couldn't share the whole story. Police rules wouldn't allow it, but he wanted to let her know as much as he could. That kidnapping case had been resolved safely, for instance. That he learned about the tortured past of the detective he so admired. That his partner was going to pull through. Yes, marry Rumi's father. Wait, did I say marry Rumi's? I don't know. I don't remember what I said. I don't know. I might have had a slip there. If I did say that, oops, my apologies. I meant more like I need the approval of Rumi's father, so that I can marry Rumi. That's what I meant. But also, yeah, marry Rumi's father. You know what? That also works. Not gonna lie, my first thought was Tatano. He would choose a senpai over his fiance. Yeah. 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 Basically. That his partner was going to pull through. Are we never gonna see Sasayama again? I mean, it's fine. I kind of liked his character. He was kind of cool. That he'd managed to finally talk to her father. That he put his life on the line to save Shibuya from danger. I mean, they're already engaged, right? I think so. Rumi would listen quietly to the very end, and then Kano thought he knew just what she'd say. Short and sweet. In that gentle voice of hers, 428. I mean, no. Good job. Oh my gosh. No, wait. Sekai, so, wait. What does 428 mean? What does it mean? Oh, Jack Woodyard. That's his actual name. Look at that. That's kind of cool. Walking on the same street day after. Sorry, I shouldn't ruin the song. Shh. What the heck? Oh, look at that. It's like there's a lot of people. A lot of people in this in this game. 428 Shibuya to you. He never officially asked. Okay, I see. Not a day goes by where I don't suffer in silence. Dang. Dang. That's just the way the story goes. I should probably talk over this a little bit. I should talk over it a little bit just because it's likely to be copyrighted and I don't want this to be flagged on YouTube if I can help it. Sorry about that. Sorry about that. It is a very good song though. I can't believe. So Katayama is nothing? Boss, Cherry? Come back to me. Come back to me. I want to know how the story ends. Oh, wait, I forgot about you. Kajiwara, everyone's favorite. No, wait. Ah, man. There are a lot of people who worked on this game, actually. I was not expecting so many people in the cast list for everything. Obviously, it's not just the actors. It's, recording engineers and stuff like that, but it's a lot of people. A lot of people. So, yeah, the production crew is massive. It's really funny. It's like it's a little tiny game. Well, it's a long game. It's a long game to be sure. It's like at least 30 hours. Obviously, it took me a bit longer because I was skipping through all the text. All the text. It took me a little bit longer because I was reading all the text and not skipping through it. Sorry. As you can tell, I am a little bit tired. My brain is a little bit fried, but just a tad. Just a tad. Don't worry about it. I wish someone was here with me. Wow, amazing. They basically filmed an entire movie. I know, it's like, this could have been a movie, but they made it a game, which is so... It's so interesting. It's such an interesting thought to have. It's probably the whole crew for a TV series, plus the tech side, because video game. Yeah, exactly. I mean, I guess... How to describe it? Visual novels are pretty light on coding in terms of, like, video game creation and stuff like that, but it's still... it's still a game. So just the idea that there's so many people who worked on this is kind of insane. And publishing, probably. Yeah, publishing as well. Marketing, all those different stuff. This game doesn't get talked about. Yeah, this game does not get talked about too much, at least in the West. I can't speak to Japan. it's very much been just word of mouth to sort of carry this series. And I think, when did I get recommended this game? I mean, this game has always come up. If it's like, if you like Danganronpa, if you like Zero Escape, you will love this game. um, be alright. Is that a car? Gordon and Alphard. What? Okay. Um, yeah, not a lot of people know about it. The push that got me to get the game was that I had an acquaintance of mine say that they had finished this game, and this game was on my backlog for like the longest time. Um, I and they had said like, oh, I completed the game. It was so great. It was so amazing and stuff like that. And I was like, man, I really want to play it. So it was on sale. I took the plunge and I got it. And then I played like, I talked about this as well before, but I played like the first like 10 to 20 minutes of the game and I stopped. I stopped because this was before I was streaming. This was probably like exactly a year ago, to be honest. This was before I was streaming, and I was like, you know, I'm in the process of getting stream things together. I'm gonna wait. I'm gonna wait for for me to start streaming, and I'm gonna have this be one of the first games that I stream because I want this to be kind of a flagship, if that makes sense. Because this is kind of, for me, I very much feel like this is my thing. It's a mystery game. It's text based. It has like moments for me to do voice acting myself. It's kind of everything that I want people to know me for, if that makes sense. Not that this is the only thing that I play, but still. Anyway, enough yapping. Gordon and Alphard sat in the back seat as the car sped along the highway. Here. Gordon tossed the handcuff key onto the back seat behind him. What happened down at the scramble? Alphard asked, picking up the key and unlocking her cuffs. Leland Parma was arrested by the Japanese police. America is Alphard. I don't know. The CIA is Alphard. The bomb and the bomb in the attaché case was defused apparently. Still, Palmer shouldn't pose a problem once we get him into the CIA custody. I say, much obliged. You really got yourself backed into a corner though, didn't you? Gordon said. Yeah, I was only able to accomplish half of what I intended. Alphard produced a vial from her pocket. It was filled with red liquid. Is that Hitomi's blood? Gordon asked. Indeed. I managed to acquire the antiviral. But when? Gordon peered at her in bewilderment. When I blew up the minivan. And you just got all of it into a vial? In the dim light of the vehicle, Alphard's eyes shone darkly like those of a wild animal. Extracting the blood from Hitomi while she had been unconscious had been a simple matter. Oh, I guess he must have done that really quick then, because Achi was there. Achi, like, it's not like he was that far away. Saving the girl's life had been more than just a means of ensuring her trust. Alphard had been looking for the right moment to carry out the extraction. I honestly can't separate you with this game now and this game with you. Yeah, it's been 4 months, so that makes sense. Total secrecy was essential. If it became public knowledge that the drug existed and that some of it had been stolen, the value of the Ur virus would plummet. What do you mean the... Oh, yes. Okay, no, that's not... Okay, continue. Continue. Our primary objective here was to destroy that research facility. Still, getting our hands on the antiviral is better than nothing. Well done as always, Alphard. Gordon's hard expression softened, but Alphard was in no mood to return his smile. If Maria Osawa had remained inside the facility, her plan would have succeeded. Everything else up until that point had gone out without a hitch. The one thing Alphard hadn't anticipated was Maria bringing the bomb outside. So Maria was the missing link, I suppose. She had injected Maria with a knockout drug back at Endo Electronics that should have kept her from moving around for a while. Wait, even after she regained consciousness, Endo Electronics? You had time to do all that? There were a lot of people in the room. In any case, she wouldn't have expected the girl to just march into the midst of an armed standoff. She had been certain that Maria would never leave the lab. You saw her inject Maria, did I? I don't even remember anymore. Did I? Did she? When Maria woke up, she remembered. No. Yeah, that was when she injected her, right? Oh, no, yeah. Because that's a storage shed in Endo Electronics area. No, I see what you mean now. Yeah, you're right. Okay. The first time when Maria had been kidnapped and brought there, she had injected her, and then that was also why Daisuke was so like messed up. Like I don't know what happened. Like I don't understand. I see. And not the moment when everyone was together in the room in Endo Electronics. I was about to be like, how? Okay. She had misjudged how strong the girl's feelings were for Kanan were. Maria's body had been put into a state of torpor. Torpor. There were a bunch of people pointing guns at each other, and still she had been undeterred. Alphard's plan had hinged on Maria's relationship with Kanan, and ironically, that same relationship had made the plan fall apart. It was true that she had accomplished half of her goals, but Alphard still couldn't continue to shake her sense of failure. She softly bit her lip as she gazed out through the car window. The bright windows of a few buildings shone out in the midst of an otherwise darkened city. A group of tiny lights that refused to be washed out by the darkness. The end. But what was the fourth? What? Black Blue, I'm so upset. What is the 428? What is the 428? You're like, yeah, you'll see. What the fuck is it? What is it? Bonus content. The end. View the normal ending. Previews have been added to bonus content. 428 pop quiz has been added to bonus content. What are you talking? What the? The friends we made along the way. You played Zero Escape. You should know that the end is never the end. It really isn't. Sorry. It's probably not that funny. I'm just kind of losing my mind because, like, I don't know. We're like 5 hours into stream or something. It's really funny. All right. So, what is this? She's hysterical. These are the previews, right? This is the pop quiz as well. Saving system data. Save complete. Yeah, but where is the bonus content? Where's the epilogue? Where is it? Oh. Oh. Oh? Oh? You got all the bad ends and some special side stories, and I think there's another You got all the bad ends and some special side stories. And I think there's another epilogue. These are all the preview videos, right? Yeah, okay. I did not get all the bad ends for all the people. Am I supposed to? "428 pop quiz." No, I mean, you still have the bad ends to do. The UA virus is approximately... Get me out of here. What the fuck are you talking about? What? Oh, okay. Oh, I still have the bad ends to do. How many bad ends am I missing? I think the quiz does unlock stuff. Okay. Wait. 5 more hours. You know, on that note, I think we have to end the stream today. I don't think I can finish the game today. Oh, man. The other person I saw who played this used a guide at this point. Yeah, I'd have to probably use a guide. Where are my bad ends? Where did I put them? Where do they exist? Let's see. Let's say here, for example. And if I go in here and then go here, that's the time chart. I'm dumb. Hold on. Hold on. This is the yes, I know game. Okay. Oh, so now it tells you. Now it tells you how many there are. Okay. Ooh. Look at me. Look at me trying to friggin' avoid bad ends like the plague, and you need the bad ends in order to view the true ending of the game. Well, shoot. Shoot. 81, 84, 428. The 28 is the 4, the 2. There it is. It's 428. I did it. I did it. I solved the game. Shit. Okay. I can't remember if the bad ends are needed, but the quiz is. The quiz is needed. The quiz is required. Get me out of here. Hold on. Get me out of here. Hold on. There's no way I'm gonna remember the answers to this. Is it the same questions each time? The UA virus is approximately how many nanometers in diameter? 3 digits. 4, 2, 8. M. No. How do I say okay? How do I confirm? How do I... Here? I can't confirm. I just have to fill out the rest of them. Options. Options. Oh, like that. Thank you. I can read. Ah, shit. All right. Well, you know what? You know what? Hold on. Oh gosh. Okay. Let me. Let me. Freaking. I'm accessing the morphogenetic fields right now. So, like, give me, like, a moment. Scramble, pop quiz. I wonder what the answers are. Ooh, hold on. Okay, cool. All right, now I feel very, very confident and like I can answer all of the questions because I accessed the morphogenetic field. Oh, can you go to the character select screen for me? Okay, I can do that. Hold on. Character select would be in load game. And then press R1. Okay. This is character select. Pressing R1. It did not do anything. R2 also did not do anything. L2 returns me to the title screen. No. And then... yeah, and then L1 takes me into the story. Okay. I guess it's not unlocked yet. No worries. Alright, let me try and do this quiz. And then, depending on what happens, I will probably have to end stream. Alright. The UA virus is approximately how many... I'm getting this feeling. I'm getting this serious feeling that maybe it's 100, but, like, I'm not entirely sure. Oh my gosh! I knew it! Answering pop quiz will lead you to special episodes. Enjoy the tale of Asao Ozu and Yutaro Sagawa. Who the... Sagawa sounds familiar. Oh, those are the debt collectors. I'm like, who the frick is that? Okay, no, the debt collectors. I guess they get their own special story. Good for them. Oh, but I have to read them as I answer them. Ozu snarled at the young man who sat... Do I have to? I guess I so, yeah. Ozu snarled at the young man who sat before him in the dingy little office belonging to Takarada Financing. Do you understand what it means to break a promise between men? The man glared back at him. What do you want me to say? He muttered. Ozu had seen the same look plenty of times before, and he despised it. It was the look of a man who hadn't realized he'd already lost. Ozu hated people like that more than anything. 5 million, and the interest on it hasn't been paid. When was the payment for that interest due again? Yesterday. Well, if you knew that, then how come you haven't paid it? Ozu's voice rose to a bellow that practically shook the windows. He couldn't tolerate anyone breaking promises. Do you plan on 100%ing the game? Probably. Probably? I want to see as much content as there is to see. I don't want to be... Like, I'm not satisfied with the normal end of the game. So I want to see as much content as I can see, I think, until I'm satisfied. I don't believe that Osawa is really dead. I don't believe it, so... yeah. He couldn't tolerate anyone breaking promises. No exceptions. I understand. Despite Ozu's fury, the man seemed unconcerned. I'll work it off. I'm in shape. His upper arms sported bulging biceps. They were the arms of a fighter. Or, if that's no good, I can always sell my organs, the man added nonchalantly. It struck Ozu as a ridiculous offer, the suggestion of a clueless youth. Listen, pal, you can't just offer to sell your organs. Your parents would want you to take better care of yourself. I have taken care of myself, and so my organs. Stop jerking me around. Ozu lurched to his feet and kicked the table hard. I'm not jerking anyone around, I'm being serious. The man looked squarely back at Ozu. What did you spend the 5 million on? The older man grumbled. If I can tell you that, will you wipe the debt clean? Of course not. Again, Ozu kicked the table. The young man shrugged. I needed some funds to set up a bank transfer scam. Huh? Ozu straightened up reflexively, picking up the scent of money. But a scam like that requires a fake account in someone else's name. Yes, it does. So I tried to go through some black market channels to get one, but, well, I just wound up losing my money over and over. Because if so, I don't think you will be able to go through all of it tonight. Oh yeah, definitely not. Definitely not. I'm assuming that I'm just gonna finish this one and then probably call it here for tonight. because yeah, I don't think I can exit out of this. So the man continued describing how he'd blow through over 1.5 million yen before landing the fake account. I figured that once I had the account though, I'd be able to make something work. Thinking that his fraud scheme needed a bigger team, the man tried to recruit some scam artists online. He'd ponied 3 million to use for advance funds for the effort, but once he'd given it to the team he'd assembled, they'd all skipped town the next day. Now desperate, he'd taken the remaining 500,000 to illegally purchase a list of easy marks. Said list contained the phone numbers of several dozen elderly people who had fallen for such bank transfer schemes before. The man had tried to make his way down the list, calling one number after the other. None of the numbers on the list, however, actually wound up connecting to anyone. Rather than craft his own fraud scheme, the man had fallen victim to one himself. Oh, I see. You were looking for some suckers, but you got suckered yourself, Ozu snorted. Yeah, the man grumbled sullenly. Look, could you please just let me make a quick phone call? A phone call, huh? There's another mark I've been working on since this morning who just needs a little more coaxing. If I pull it off, I might be able to pay what I owe. There was no way this guy was pulling off a scam. From all he'd heard so far, Ozu was sure of it. But that made him all the more amused at the thought of letting this guy have his call. This I gotta hear. Go ahead, make your call. Ozu turned the phone speakers on, then handed the receiver to the other man. With a notebook on his other hand, the man dialed. The phone rang several times, and then someone picked up. Hello, Grandma, it's me. Did you get the money? Oh, Masa, is that you? How's school going? I'm already working now, Grandma. Didn't I tell you? Oh, yes, that's right. How lovely. How's your homework looking for today? Oh, and make sure you come straight home and don't buy too much candy while you're out. The old woman on the other end of the line sounded completely senile. She was under the mistaken impression that this man was her grandson. Also, don't we know a Masa? The Masa was the guy who worked at the shop, right? Yeah, I think so. So anyway, Grandma, you remember what we talked about last time? Did you get the money? Money? There's something you wanted? No, it's not like that. Do you remember our phone call from earlier? Phone call? What do you mean? These two weren't even on the same page. Ozu frowned and skeptically listened to the back and forth. Remember I said I'd been in a car accident? I hurt someone really bad and I need to pay a settlement. Masa, you don't need to lie, you know. Lie? The man looked panicked. I'm not lying. It's alright, grandmothers can tell this sort of thing. But I'm not lying. I bet she really wants to buy some new video game. It's okay, Masa. I've saved up enough for you to buy it for you. Don't you worry. I've been all alone ever since your grandpa died, and I'm just so happy when you call me. Buying you a video game is the least I can do. Aw. The joy in the old woman's voice left the con artist at a loss for words. Your fathers and uncles never come around to see me anymore. I'm so very happy you called. Thanks to you, I feel like I might live another 10 years. Forget 10 years. I want to see you for 100 more years, Grandma, the young man managed to rasp. His eyes had grown blurry with tears. Masa? Yeah? Will you call me again? Yeah, I will. That's a promise now. I will, I swear I will. Alright, I'll talk to you later then. The man hung up the phone. Oh, they'll make that into a movie for sure, Ozu said with a faint chuckle, or even a video game. You really have no sense for duplicity whatsoever. The man hugged his head. There's something even more unforgivable to me than that. Ozu took a step forward, looming aggressively above the other man. The fellow began to tremble. Real men don't break promises. Ozu snatched the debtor by the collar and dragged him to his feet. Gonna have you work off what you owe me real slow. The man blinked in confusion. You're gonna work under me for the rest of my life, and you're gonna keep up your act with that old lady until she dies. Huh? I'm not letting you break your promise to call her. Suddenly, a tiny hint of kindness showed through Ozu's gruff expression. Several years had passed since then. The younger man still makes the rounds with Ozu, still deep in debt. His name is Yutaro Sagawa. His schedule for today involves collecting money at the apartment of some broke actor. Oh yeah, we heard about that. Putting pressure on the president of a publishing company with cash flow problems, of course, and then shaking down some shady guy who's trying to sell some weird diet drink. Finished. Select hints. What do you mean, select hints? How did you enjoy the tale of the Loan Shark's first meeting? We hope you found it entertaining. Now here's some tempting info. In Osawa's story, at the 12 time block, rubber gloves appear at some point. During that scene, the background zooms away, right? Try waiting for that moment to finish, and then see what happens then. Yeah, this extra content gets deep. Yeah. All right. Well, in that case, let me take a screenshot of this because there's no way I'm going to remember this. Hold on. Okay, cool. Screenshot is saved. Grandma, you don't understand. Video games cost so much more now. They cost $90. They cost $90, Grandma. Grandma. Okay, have fun with that and see you next time. Okay, so I guess I can just get out of here. Special episode added to bonus content. Save complete. No, get me out of here. Get me out of here. Oh, this is the special episode. Okay. Special episode 12? Okay, well, with all that said, I have been streaming for like, I don't know, 5 hours at this point. Or something crazy like that. I don't have the brain capacity to deal with this right now. I feel like if I can continue any further, I feel like my brain is just gonna melt. I can't understand the story at this point. This was not what I was expecting. Despite my best efforts, I did try and, I did try my best to complete the game today, but I just did not realize that there was so much different content. It's like, even in Zero Escape, it's like, here's like 3 more after credits scenes, but they're all, you don't have to, you've already played the main game, so they're automatically unlocked to you, if that makes sense. So, you don't have to do anything special. This was just like, no, in case you did not know, here's a bunch of different stuff for you to go scour through. So, I will, I mean, you did beat the main game. Yeah, I did, so that's fair. I'm guessing then that I will probably be back tomorrow to try and finish off the rest of the stuff. I'm not sure, Black Blue, if you think that's doable. Like another 5-hour stream if I try and finish the game off tomorrow. If that's possible, I would like to do that. We'll see. There might be something that comes up, and so I may not be able to do it tomorrow per se, but rather Monday, but we'll see. If you do 5 hours, that might be enough. 2 streams at most. Okay, I see. So we'll see about tomorrow. I will let you guys know on Blue Sky and Twitter, of course. I am baffled. I am baffled by the amount of side content in this game, and I cannot give you thoughts on the main story right now. I just can't. Final thoughts and everything else will be tomorrow or whatever next stream that we do. So, I guess, is anyone online to raid? I can't imagine. I can't imagine who would be online at this point. Good job though, not gonna lie, I wasn't expecting this much too. Yeah, it's a hefty game. I didn't realize. This is why I always laugh internally when you said you plan to finish the game. Yeah, I did my best. I tried. I really tried. Alright, nobody's online. No one. Not a single person. So you know what? We're just gonna go to ending screen. Yippee! All right, cool. Well, if you are here, thank you so much for hanging out for a little bit. I really appreciate it. For this very hefty stream here, especially through the internet issues. I was hoping that they would be solved. They weren't. But fortunately, it seemed to only be one... Well, I guess it was kind of technically two major hiccups. So there is that, but you know, hopefully things will get at least a little bit better. Tomorrow I will try and be online at the same time again to finish this, but if not tomorrow, then it will be on Monday. So thank you so much. Have a wonderful weekend, everybody. Bye bye. Bye bye. Hoping the new place is better. Me too, to be honest. Me too. Bye everyone. Have a good night. Bye bye.